Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma. I didn't turn on my light. Hold on. I thought I was missing something. Blam. Hello, lighting. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be doing some coding of a kind. Between last stream and now, I messed with that timer that's timer of approximate time until I'm actually going to start. I noticed that it accidentally went away when the timer was up. I wasn't supposed to do that, but I found a random program to have a timer kind of thing, so I'm gonna mess with it more, but it worked good enough for now. Anyways, yeah, so today we're gonna be doing something that isn't a game thing. Well, it's something that, when I first had the idea, I thought it was gonna take longer. Upon doing a bit of Googling before the stream, might not take as long as I thought that it would, but we'll see, Where over there, I wanted to, hold on, let's put this into, that counter thing that I have there, which I put there as just a random for funsies thing in making new stream layout or whatever, just have some stuff along the bottom of the screen. I want to set up the actual number part of that random counter thing to my stream deck so that I have a button to make it go up and down, so I can just press that and have that be more efficient and stuff and be cool and technology. I also, in prep for doing that, I messed with some of the buttons that I currently have set up on my stream deck, and I haven't tested this. I'm gonna find out if this works. I have a button that makes you go full screen webcam. Haha, there I am. And button makes it go full desktop. Yeah, and I'm not muted like this now. Okay, cool. And then, yeah. Don't fall out, you. Yeah, so just tinkering with some of my my buttons as we continue to improve things around here. So, so Stream Deck over here, bam, this is a program of buttons and lots of different functions that do a lot of different things. I initially, when I planned like, I want to have a counter actually make a thing go up and down, I thought I'd potentially have to, okay, I have stuff, I meant to close it. I'm doing Rubik's Cube solving related stuff. Yeah, funky. Let me close that and close Discord as well, and don't mind me not being prepared. I thought that most of the stream would be like somehow manually, meticulously programming some kind of stream counter thing. And then I did some brief Googling and discovered that I might be able to just get some quick plugin with Stream Deck and then have that kind of do all of that for me. If that is the case, if this is going to work in all the ways that I need it to, then that will be great. And then we'll move right along to the actual thing that's going to be a lot more manual and meticulous. That's going to be making a... actually, let me put this over here. It's going to be making a Rubik's Cube in Unity that I can turn with commands by typing stuff so that I can then have chat be able to control a little Rubik's Cube that I then want in the corner of my stream. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. That'll be more work, but I have an idea. I have an idea of how I can implement such a thing. Not so much the chat part. I'm gonna figure that out, but just in terms of making a digital Rubik's Cube and having it turned. I haven't done any Googling on how to do that, but I have ideas that maybe what I'm gonna try to do is gonna be massively inefficient. There might be a better way. Blah blah blah. I don't know, but I have some ideas of stuff I'm gonna try, and we'll see if it works or if it goes disastrously in the wrong direction. So, first and foremost, this what do I actually go to? Not that. Just how do I actually get up plugins? Oh, how do I actually? Oh, Stream Deck plugins, yeah. So if there's nothing. I can have this on screen, right? There's nothing that's gonna be like, oh, here's. I know when I'm if I do some programming with this Rubik's Cube counter or Rubik's Cube controlled by chat thing, I'm gonna have some Twitch API stuff involved. There's gonna be some strings there that I need to not show on stream, because then that'd be bad. The secret strings that need to be made, not revealed or whatever. So I gotta be careful of that, although I gotta figure out the specifics of what that's gonna entail. Stream Deck, I don't think there's anything of that sort in this scenario, so I'm just gonna literally just go stream counter, I believe is what I googled that. Yeah, I saw it being a thing. Yeah, this can just very easily. Oh, well. Okay. Speaking of things to not show, I thought I was already. All right, then I was already logged in, but I guess not. We're just gonna. Yep. Bam. Opened over here, and you're gonna have. It's gonna have stuff now. Or am I gonna have to? Do I have to relaunch you or something? Open stream. Show me the thing. Aha. Oh. Bam. That be there. Cool. Is this actually just gonna be okay? I initially expected this to be. Oh, I can already see it here. Yeah, as I said, when I was like, like I could do this off stream, but no, we'll make it a streamed thing. I thought it would be. Is it just gonna by default? I have to hook it up to OBS. I guess there's that extra step. That's not super exciting though. This isn't so much coding as me just doing stream setup thing. So oops. Oh well, that's fine. Don't mind me as I want 2 buttons ideally, if I can do that. 1 button to increase, 1 to decrease. Well, actually it might be better to this short press add long press. Okay, well I mean yeah, I guess that works too. I don't expect to be decreasing it that much. So I'm noticing the button not immediately working. What have I not set up? I have to like have this spit stuff out to a file. It must be set for counter to work. Yeah, okay. So I gotta make a text file. This is gonna be spit out to hold on. In my stream graphics folder stuff that I have, I'm just gonna go counter and we're gonna make a text file real quick. That's where this is gonna be spit out. Actually random counter. Why is this is dash 1. Well, or that was whatever that works. That's fine. Okay, boom, and then are you just gonna, okay. On well, I hope kind of takes a bit to update, but I guess that's fine. I guess I can live with that. It's not instant, but that should be fine. Can it go negative? I'm wondering. It can. Interesting. Okay, funky, cool, and I can have it go up and down by a lot. Fascinating. I do not need it to play a sound. Yeah, okay. I mean, this works. For over 3 seconds to reset. Okay. Cool. That's easy. I guess I don't need random counter. Just to, well, that doesn't even don't mind me just kind of going Just having a bit of a, that's as small as you're gonna well, okay, actually just the icon with the number should be fine enough. Oh, that text included the actual number that was the text? No, hold on. No, don't mind me just floundering around. That's what this is gonna be. Okay, then I gotta set this up to actually be down there. Oh, right. Is it gonna be, I knew that I was gonna have to, right now, this in OBS is all just one big thing. I knew that I was gonna have to separate the number part as being its own thing. That's fine. I was prepared for that, but now I gotta actually do that. So stick with me here as I just quickly hit that. Whoa. You get down there. Not there. This and wow. I'll put that exactly where it was to start, and then if I just kind of first just to set up formatting, I'll just kind of do that, and then where'd the other one go? What? Why did that change both of them? These are supposed to be 2 different things. I just wanted to duplicate the text. Why'd you, hold on. Because ideally, also I want this to properly copy across all of my scenes. Duplicate. Oh, did I press reference and not duplicate? That's probably what I did. Okay, if I do that and then let you be number, just that as an example. There you go. Now you didn't change you. Okay, good. Let me just actually. Hold on. I guess you guys can have infinite OBS. Is what I'm changing. Is just off to the side. I just wanted to rename this to not have the number. I still like the arrow. It could have been like a colon, but I don't know because I already had the colon on random counter of the day. Gave it arrow text type thing. Random counter description, and then the actual counter itself, which is here. And then, nope, not you. Rename. Hold on. Rename. Bam. Yeah, so and I can shuffle more of this around later. I more just wanted to get it like decent for now and just functional, which might actually, we're 12 minutes in and done the thing. I expected this to be harder than I thought. I expected this to be harder and have having room for things to go disastrously wrong. So we're not done just yet. I gotta then have this read in from file instead of being just zeros, and this is gonna be over stream graphics, the counter I just made, and bam, in there. Hey, we got a 0. And I guess we're just testing that it actually works. Yeah. Okay, that I was kind of hoping it would update more immediately, but I guess that's fine. I can live with that for now, and then just going down and to 0. Yeah. Okay. I almost want to see. Can I might actually be able to. I would kind of like two, like one that goes up and one that goes down. If they read, like if they're going to the same thing, I make this a subtract and this. I mean, if I never do a long press, just to test, if I put, is it gonna work? Will you update together? Kinda. I mean, I guess it's a bit funky, but it takes longer to update than I would like. But again, I guess at the expense of how easy this is to set up, I guess I can live with it. I guess I will just temporarily rearrange these things, and I'll maybe rearrange this stuff more later. Maybe I'll put it like that. Whatever. And this one was the add, and this one was sub. I could have multiply in there if I really wanted to, but did I actually do this right? Yeah, add. Now I guess the only thing is now here I don't immediately see the number, but that's fine. I guess I can live with it. I can look at below the stream what's actually updating to. That's fine. Hey, so okay, that was easy. I'm good that was easy. Oh, thing I also meant to set. I completely forgot to. No, we're gonna re-randomize that. Hold on, this. Yeah, sure. First stream in a while that hasn't been me playing random, games. So normally I just have, normal game music, do as it do, but I do have a collection of bajillion different random bits of video game music, so having that actually play. I meant to start at the beginning of it, 14 minutes late on doing that, but I guess that's fine. All right, so I can do more of the cleanup, making things look nice and da-da-da-da-da later, but I honestly expected this would take a lot longer, so whoops. Now, I'm not going to be exactly just ending stream yet or anything like that. I think if this is done, I'm going to just... Hold on. I do this, and then this. Besides you, why is the activity feed is being... No, it's chat that's not resizing right. Hold on. Hold on. OBS is not cooperating. If you could... It's... Okay, it's not... This is being stuck. Why? Why now? Now's not the time for technical issues. I can do this. This could just... And fix itself. Why? For some reason. As soon as I put it back over here, it's gonna... break again? No? Okay, I guess it's fine. Okay, good. So, well, if that's working, and that's all nice and good and dandy, I wasn't sure if I wanted to make the actual, text itself, I don't know, different color, look, slightly different than the actual, the text around it, but, oh well, I guess it's fine. It is still, and, well, if I hold the add one, it's gonna go down. I'm just gonna, can I have this at add, but, add multiple? Just to test that this does work how I think it will. This would be 2. Bamberg, hello, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Hi, hello, how? Yes, that do be my last name. Hello, welcome. We are doing some. We might actually change from. Oh, I forgot to close this. Hold on. Oops. Whoops. Hold on. See, that's why. Hold on. Not that one, this one. I almost forced closed the wrong thing. That could have been bad. Hello! Did you like my fun pun? Yeah. That's a unique one. I've been, got many puns with my last name and whatnot over the years. Hello. That's a new one. Good job. Gotten, here's how, and oh, how are you doing? Gotten that a ton. But yeah. Welcome to the stream. Where the name of the stream and what we're doing might change 20 minutes in, because I had a plan for what today's stream was going to be, and we finished it way faster than I thought we would. So might just very quickly deviate into into the next thing that I was going to do. When I was like, oh, we might move into something else, like if we finish this, I thought it would be, you know, an hour in or something. I guess if you're working on your fancy text custom font stuff, tell me how that's going, where you are with that. As I do some quick setup over here. So, well, what my initial plan for this stream was in me setting up some stuff with my OBS, like new layout and whatnot. I have, just for funsies, a random counter down there, and just have something going on. And I thought, like, every stream have some random nonsense thing that every time it happens, I increase or decrease a counter. And I wanted to set that up on stream because I thought we'd actually have to do some programming, and I'd figure out how to, like, hook stuff up with, like, OBS WebSockets or something like that. And then right before the stream, I did some brief Googling and found out there was just a way to do what I was trying to do for free. Just go, and it just works. So that's fantastic. I wouldn't even have needed to use WebSockets because having it just go to a file and then having OBS just read in from the file, extra easy. So I expected this to be a whole programming stream of doing this, and I mean, good. That's just working. That's fantastic. Better than the alternative of it being a huge pain. So the next thing I want to do, and I guess we're just going to deviate into now and see how far we get with it, is that I want to make a Rubik's Cube in Unity. So I be Mr. Rubik's Cube man. No, I occasionally have, like, solved Rubik's Cubes on stream and stuff. But for, like, over my break, I got a timer, like, that I haven't actually used that much, but just getting this has kind of reignited my interest in trying to solve the cubes fast. So I've been doing lots of, like, Googling and practicing and of different things. Not just practicing doing solves, but practicing, like, specific parts of a solve and getting better at just different individual parts rather than just doing solves, full solves as I've been doing on stream. So I'm trying to actually get better at doing this, and yeah, so we'll see how that goes. So expect, I've joked that I might do a full, like, Rubik's Cube solving stream, which isn't gonna be right here, right now, but yeah. What about my font? In the end, I found the program that could automatically generate for me with the right quality, because I tried a lot of generators with poor quality. Wow, that's cool. Sounds like you're in a similar boat as me, just fighting the magic thing, have stuff work for you. Actually, while I'm rambling, just to have something that's not just my, like, just my blank desktop in the background, I'm gonna launch Handyman with a Unicycle, even though we're not doing stuff with that right now. I mean, I could, hypothetically, but we'll launch that for now. Just have something. You know, here's even, oh, it'll launch when it feels like launching. Okay. So oh, hold on, let me just size stuff. Okay. So I used their program to generate the font. Then I made another program to convert their output file to a more optimized format, so I can load the font faster and take up less space. That's cool. Very cool. Way to optimize. But it's happened a long time ago. Still very cool. I mean, yeah, I took, like, a break for a week, so yeah. But yeah, cool. Cool to hear that your stuff is going well. Awesome. I've well, actually, this is a thing that people have been asking about that I will return to hypothetically. Okay, I'm sure this is a coincidence. I noticed as soon as I opened this, my viewer count jumped to 5. Everyone's been missing the Handyman with Unicycle to this degree. Oh, I see, wait, did it? Hold on. Mr. Stupid, hello, I see you there. You redeemed the quantized thing. I may have been looking away at the wrong time. I didn't see it pop up on stream. I'm gonna hope that I didn't, like, break my alerts or something. I resized them a bit. I'm gonna assume that it worked and I just missed it, hopefully. Yeah, yep, that'd be me. That'd be I. Yeah, so, what was I saying? Hammer the Unicycle, this be a thing. I believe currently this isn't functional, right? The camera doesn't work? Yeah. All right, temporarily turned off some camera code while I'm in the middle of rewriting camera and player code. But in its current broken state, this is a thing that's happening. So, actually, can I... Oh boy, oh, it's like... You can maybe see the what this will eventually become. Some of the work in progress stuff. It's getting there. Can I like? Yeah. Anyway, when I go up this, I'm gonna like go to a very hard stop. Yeah. I remember where I left some off. Some of this. Yeah. There's a whole slew of issues that this was having, where I'm trying to basically is tearing apart and remaking a lot of my player code for reasons, to make it better, and be more physicsy and momentum based, and also have more, oh, wait a minute, I'm just realized that I'm an idiot. Hold on, wait a minute. So, a couple of seconds ago, I'm like, oh, hey, I see a thing got redeemed. I was looking down here. This goes in at the top as things that got redeemed. So me being like, oh, I see a redeem that didn't go through. That didn't happen at all. I'm just looking at the wrong data. So, okay, well, let me cut myself off for that. Yeah, anyways, what was I saying? So, yeah, I'm continuing to mess around with this. Actually, I haven't really touched it in a while, but I will be continuing to mess around with this when I get back to actually working on this properly. Yeah. Another font for the code editor, my current one, is not monospace, and this font looks weird for code, but it makes no sense to do that right now. What is monospace? I'm not familiar with that term in this context. My wild guess is like, you have a font that's like, oh, you want this text on screen to be red, so you have the font file being all red, but monospace is making it all white so then it can be tinted any color after the fact. I'm gonna guess that I'm wildly wrong, but that's just my random first thought of, mono applying to something in terms of text and fonts. Vibrandum, hey, hello, hi, welcome. Oh no, it's not to do with color. The color I set with my code. Ah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I guess I was wrong. I just thought I'd throw my hat in the ring and give some guess just for funsies. Oh, by the way, audio is going? Yeah, okay. Hold on, this, I can close some of the things I was just messing with. I don't need you, and I don't need, I guess I should decide I gotta figure out what I'm even doing to even decide what the counter's gonna be. Yeah, it's still working. It takes a second to update, but I can live with that. It's not that long, so it's fine. Yeah, oh no, it's not to do with the text is stored as transparent images, and I add color in the pixel shader so it can blend with the background color. Cool, very cool, neato. Makes sense. Yeah. Anyways, so, actually, I want to last minute deviate my plans. I want to do this Rubik's Cube thing. So, okay, because I happened to open this just to have some stuff being here in the background, I want to maybe ramble a bit about, even just reminding myself where exactly I left off with this game and what some of the more recent problems that I've been having with this. Because for the last couple of days, I've been thinking about this and ideas to potentially solve my camera issues. I kind of want to remember exactly what they were. Stuff with the camera and the player. That had some stuff going on. It is pretty cool. Yeah. The text is not perfect, but it's good enough and it's fast. Neato. Yeah, and so that's all you need. Do the optimizing later. Actually, wait. Before I look at this, I have another thing I actually want to launch just to show off, because the thing that I did. Bam. This. Yeah. In learning, so in most 90% of my Unity Blender work, I've made a lot of 3D models, but I very rarely texture anything. Either I do the most simple, basic, grid kind of texture like this, or I just use solid colors for everything. So I wanted to do a bit more of that, getting out of my comfort zone with that a little bit. So here, people may immediately recognize what game this is, but actually, let me find my specific reference shot. Over here. Bam! Does this look familiar? So this is Doom 1, the original Doom, level 3, episode 1, mission 3, or whatever. I took a screenshot of that and then tried to sort of remake it in Unity. Ignore that, the lighting isn't all there, and, obviously things aren't going to be exactly one-to-one, and I'm just doing the environment, not, the player or enemies and all that. But, to some degree, yeah, yeah, it's turned out pretty good. I don't know how much more work I want to do on this, and I want to continue to, you know, do more with lighting and getting the textures to match more exactly, or try to make my own textures or whatever. I'm deciding how in-depth I want to go with this versus moving on to other things. But, like, potentially getting screenshots from other, like, actually more modern games. Not more modern, like, came out this year. I mean more modern, like, not in the 1990s. Like, they came like the early 2000s. And, an actual proper 3D game. And perhaps try to remake a thing like that. Just not entire level, just one, like, room, one chunk of a level. And, that might be a thing I potentially experiment with. But, we'll see. Yeah, but anyways, so my point here was that I actually did some stuff with texturing and UV editing and all of that sort of stuff. Even purposely trying to match, match some faults, I guess you could call them, with, like, making some of this stuff look exactly like how it does in original Doom. So over here, I have another thing that's cool. This is Ultimate Doom Builder. This is a program people can use to make their own Doom levels. You can also just load in the actual, like, real Doom levels and change them, mess around with them, and fly around with them in this fancy editor thing, which is pretty cool. Although I see that I don't have everything fully correctly set up, because I see that's having an issue. This is a skybox kind of thing, I believe. But yeah, then you can go around this and you can change textures of stuff. You can even, like, whoa, make this sky taller. I wish it was that easy in Unity. I'm not gonna save any of this, but I'm trying to find, where's the beginning of the level? I haven't messed too much around with this actual program in terms of making stuff. I just mainly wanted to actually see, you know, this is episode 1, mission 3 of Doom, and I just wanted to compare this hallway, because I had my one reference screenshot. I wanted to, like, get more angles and stuff. My point was, though, is that you see, like, this wall with this texture, with this, like, I don't know, rust kind of thing and the normal metal and how it repeats. But every time there's, like, a curve, it restarts with the rust being on the left of it and restarts there and there and there and there, and that's kind of easy to identify. I wanted to, like, purposely make that happen, which, you know, doesn't happen so much in modern games. In modern games, you'd have the texture, like, repeat properly, but I wanted to purposely replicate that for the sake of learning how to do that. So I did that, and it was hard. It was difficult. Learned a lot about UV editing along the way. Also got, like, this door, these blue things. I ripped the textures from the game as well. I did not make these textures. I've debated whether I wanted, for the sake of learning how to make textures, try to, like, recreate these textures manually, either in Photoshop or, like, Substance Painter or stuff like that. Or either, not necessarily manually one-to-one, otherwise I'm just, like, copying pixels, or more like make my own similar textures of, like, a similar style, like just some generic metal wall texture and a roof and a whatever kind of floor this is, some kind of dirt or something. I don't know. I'm not sure, like, how far I want to go into this, because the more time I spend doing stuff like this, less time I'm spending on other projects that I want to be doing, like aiming with the unicycle and all that. Anyway, let me catch up on messages. Oh, I've missed a lot. Ooh, let me catch up. But anyways, but yeah, this is a thing that I've been messing around with, and that has been cool. Hold on, where did I? Code, text is stored as transparent images. I love that. So I can make the text of any color, pretty cool. Hold on, text is not perfect, it's good enough, and it's fast, and by not perfect, I mean it doesn't look as good as the text I had generated in Direct 2D, but that was like 200 times slower. Yeah, sometimes you gotta sacrifice a bit of quality for speed and it actually running good in the first place. My ultimate tag game thing that I made for a school project a while back, that we went so overboard with. It was technically really fast in terms of how the different non-NPCs, so I'm so used to, like, it's old game terminology to refer to, like, if you have an enemy that's running around a map, you call them AIs, but now that AI is used the way that it is in, like, language, like, when you say AI, you're referring, like, nowadays you're referring to, like, ChatGPT and, like, machine learning and all that, when back in the day AI just meant, like, thing that's not the player that has some coding that it runs around and shoots and whatnot. So, like, Ultimate Doom Builder, these guys, the old way of how you see, like, oh, hey, yo, the pathfinding, the AI of how these guys run around, blah, 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 but, I don't have to kind of change my wording on that. Also, hey, my friend, I see you redeemed Hello World. Yep, yep. You be the first one to redeem that. Anyways, I sidetracked from my own point that I was making. What was I saying? my Ultra Tag game, the, like, AIs and that running around, the pathfinding for that, it does a bajillion calculations at the start, and that's super slow, but then it basically saves all the possible pathfinding it could do, and then just accesses that data. So it has a scene that's like 100 megabytes or something pretty massive for how small the scene actually was and like how it looked. But it runs fast, so there's that. And it's scaled really well, where in theory I could have like the pathfinding like computational stuff of having like 2 enemies running around versus having 100 is kind of negligible. So like that's a cool thing because of just how yeah, it was a cool thing we set up for me going overboard for a school project and whatnot. It was flawed and like they couldn't jump well and blah blah blah, but it was cool to experiment around with and do some manual pathfinding stuff just for the sake of learning. Anyways, let me catch up on more messages. But looking up to where it's not distracting, so it was a trade-off I was willing to take. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not optimizing currently other than the very foundation of my engine because those play the bigger role. Makes sense. I would also compare that to, I'll catch up on messages as I see things that I can compare to some of my stuff. In my game that I'm working on here, Hangman with Unicycle, I want to make sure that my player is very like polished and good to go before I go too hard into making levels, because it can be very possible that, you know, I have the player like as is and I start making some levels or whatever, and then as I polish the player, I want to change the jump height. Well, this player doesn't jump necessarily, but like the speed and like how it's how speed you can launch with that is the equivalent of a jump height, kind of. And that could completely break any made level. So there's a degree that I want to make sure that the player is fully good to go before making levels, but that has its own trade-offs and, you know, taking a long time before I can actually have actual proper gameplay, especially with how complicated this player is, which I knew it would be complicated for what I wanted to do. But man, is it complicated. Anyways, yeah. Hold on, but yeah, the thing that would be too much of a pain to change later down the line, I optimized it early. Exactly. Is this Doom? That was from before? It was Doom. Doom 1, yeah. And Doom 1 and Doom 2 look basically the same. I haven't played, I think Final Doom looks probably about the same. I've only played Doom 1 and 2. I plan to eventually play, on stream, the rest of them. Final Doom, Doom 64, Doom 3, and then Doom 2016, and then Doom Eternal, I think is the order. And Sigil's in there somewhere as well. And I'll go through all of them eventually. Although I was quite surprised how fast my code unoptimized loaded 100,000 lines of code with 2.5 million characters. Although it was not read from file, I generated it dynamically from it. Right, you were making a whole compiler decompiling thing. Yes, I remember that now. Yeah, because you wanted to like read in all the code from one of the Pokemon games and then like decompile it and stuff. You were writing code to do that, something along those lines. Apologies, I'm getting that a bit incorrect, but yeah, that's coming back to me now. Although it was read from file, I generated it dynamically from memory. Because I was testing my code that because I was testing my code. Let me try reading that again without all the stuttering. Because I was testing the code that my decompiler used to create the text of the actual source code. Yeah, AI is now used a language model. The normal person AI is the language model. Yeah, that do be a thing. I'm so used to using AI in the terms of like, yeah, an enemy that runs around that isn't actual AI, but whatever. Need to change my linguistics. I mean, NPC also work, but usually NPC is like, oh, a character that you can just talk to for dialogue. But, yeah, well. I mean, technically NPC is just NPC, isn't like not player controlled? Or, I might be oh, hey, yep, I see that redeem, and I see this. I will do that in a couple seconds. Why am I forgetting what, exactly, like, NPC acronym. I have basically, yeah, non-player characters, not non-player control. Yeah, non-player character, yeah, I knew that, I was just getting it slightly, incorrect, but anyway, yeah. It is time, one practice solve, will do. I'll start scrambling as I almost done catching up on all of the messages. My brain is AI. I'm just a poorly trained language model because I can't think for myself. Oh no. Oh no. I've been trying to get better at cube solving, and that's been a bit of a struggle, but I'm getting there. I'm training my brain in AI way to solve thousands and thousands of cubes and get better over time, in theory. Non-player character, I miss the spell it. Yeah, me too. Anyways, yeah, so, for those who know things about how people tend to solve Rubik's Cubes, a very common way that people solve Rubik's Cubes is a method called CFOP. It's an acronym made up of acronyms. It is... so C is CFOP. CFOP stands for cross, F2L that stands for first two layers, and then OLL that is orientation of last layer, and then PLL that is permutation of last layer. That's stuff. Recently, a thing that I really struggle at that I want to get well, I struggle with all of these in different ways that I want to get better at, but I kind of want to focus on like one at a time, and I am currently putting a lot of focus in just trying to get better at the cross, the very first step of solving a Rubik's Cube that I fumble my way through every single time. So, well, I'm not gonna explain every step of how to solve a Rubik's Cube right here, right now. This is not the stream for that, but I just wanted to quickly get to the immediate thing I wanted to say that I've been trying to improve. Actually, I'm gonna do and then undo real quick. Okay, hold on. Well, I'm not really, oh, no, you just, don't mind me completely floundering for, that. So, first step of solving a Rubik's Cube usually looks like, well, a lot of people commonly do, ends up looking like this, where the white cross on the white side of the Rubik's Cube and the immediate, like, stuff around it are all solved. So, that's usually the first thing that people do. So, if I re-scramble, usually in Rubik's Cube solving competitions, people don't just first see the cube and immediately start solving it. You get like 10 seconds or 15 seconds without penalty or something like that. I think it depends slightly on the competition or whatever, or different categories or whatever. You get a few seconds to look at the cube before you solve it. So commonly what people do is, as soon as you see the cube, you find all the white pieces and you plan the moves to make that cross, and then you put down your start timer, and then you very quickly make the cross. So that initial, like, in 15 seconds, plan the best sequence of moves to immediately make the cross, and usually doing it in under 8 moves. I want to get better at, like, actually doing that. And man, is it hard to look ahead in that manner and, like, devise an whole algorithm in, like, I mean, it really depends. It's very random, right? Like, sometimes making the cross is easy, depending on just how this shapes up, and sometimes it's a lot trickier to see. But that's a thing that, yeah, I'm trying to get better at. Anyways, in addition to many other ways that I want to get better at Rubik's Cube solving, that is just the first way. So one of my teachers says I'm smart there, just complimenting my ability to remember other thoughts. Yeah, that's welcome to school, or 90% of school, just memorization, and then sometimes application. And the problem is my brain works is that the smartest wears off quickly if not actively kept up with. Yeah, there were times it's a new topic goes like this. I learn fast, absorb it like a sponge, teach things I do well 2 weeks later. As time it comes, I forgot everything. I know where to relearn it. I typically don't do it, but great job. Oh my god, like study fast is a great repeat. Yeah, I know that very well. I mean, a lot of stuff that I've, done on stream when I was finishing off university and whatnot. A lot of that's long gone. Well, not all of it, but I had to learn a lot of stuff with manually how CPUs are set up and how they work and whatnot. That, I mean, I tangentially remember some stuff. I had to learn a lot of specific things about networking and how the internet works and all that fun, funky stuff. Networking is not for me. Anyway, and eventually I had to do stuff in any of these games to that degree. That's a bit different, but anyway. Rather than manually, meticulously knowing the ins and outs of networking, but multiplayer, exactly, yeah. I don't have any immediate plans for Handyman with Unicycle to have multiplayer, but that tag game that I made as a school project that I'd like to work on at some point, again, I kind of wanted that to be a testing ground for me to learn networking, learn multiplayer, online multiplayer stuff as like a testing ground just to figure out how to do it in the first place. And I could, like, I know immediate plan. Like the Hammer of the Unicycle is already like bigly scoped enough, and the plans are for it to be a single player game. But who knows? We'll see. That'll be the DLC with microtransactions. Oh, just you wait. Anyway. School for me is personally a waste of time unless it's topics that matter to me, which is only programming and math, but only if I learn the math while applying the code. Yeah, it depends on what you do in school and like different degrees of, like, even if, you know, like funny enough, I wrote an essay on the guy who made the Rubik's Cube that I have it on a external hard drive that's not currently plugged in my computer, so it would take a while to actually go and track that down. But I do have that somewhere, I believe. But yeah, I mean, doing some of the when I did like integrals and calculus derivatives and all that. But even though I still don't know all that stuff now, the act of doing it and sharpening your mind and problem solving and blah blah blah, all that stuff. Anyways. Let's actually solve this thing, shall we? I want to set up more stuff to be able to have, like, I wanted to set up another scene in OBS to, like, possibly make webcam bigger and, like, put a timer on screen of me solving this. I don't have any of that set up right now, and I'm not going to set that up right now. That's going to be more off-stream stuff, probably. But until that point, we're going to actually use this thing, which, plugging it in... Okay, I have a cord that I can plug it in with. It being this coiled is annoying, and I want to do stuff to get this to be permanently straightened out, and then it'll be significantly less annoying. Until I do that, I meant to try to do that today. That ain't happening today. Until that happens, you're gonna have timer that you can't see, and I will show timer afterwards. This is the me continuing to improve stream setup and whatnot. Things will get less clunky as time goes on. Anyway, I did some changes to the general steps of my decompiller. So cool. Oh wait, I'm getting to the more complicated parts of my decompiller now. Very cool, neato. Let me actually, however long ago that Viper random redeemed solve Rubik's Cube, I'm letting him down. So let's actually solve this thing. So, usually, every time I've solved a cube on stream, I usually just immediately go into solving it. The proper thing to do, that I should be doing, and practice doing well, is, and I can ramble about this, bring to the actual cube, is planning optimal sequence of steps-ish to make the cross. Which looks like, oh, I hate that. I'm definitely not gonna do, not completely optimally, but like good enough for now, so I'm not here for a million years planning this. So, that's ugly. Well, actually, why is everything about this bad and the wrong way around from how I would like it to be? Hold on. So, okay, I already like to explain super in detail exactly the turns I'm gonna make and why I'm gonna make them, especially because I don't have, like, camera is not great for this. Often when you see like people having like Rubik's Cube solving videos or whatever, you have a camera angle that's like here looking down at the cube. I'm not buying a second camera just for that, and moving this into that position and then back would be too much of a pain to do over and over. So we're just gonna live with this for now. Also, Cyber, why is coding so brain melting? It, for a multitude of reasons. Let me actually solve cube and then have that be done. Okay, so I'm gonna turn, okay, like that, and then that down and over. I have a rough plan, we'll see if I can execute it. And then from there, then things are gonna go bad. Can you enlarge the cam? Oh, wait, you know what? Since I'm not doing it, you know what? Yes, I can. Bam! Here I am. I do have a button for that, but I wanted to have a thing that actually then also has some kind of timer. I used to have, no, setting that up would take too much time. It's fine. Yes, I can at least have this. Now the one, actually, you know what? I will just kind of, yeah, you get the table. This is at least you can see the cube, and I don't have to hold the cube up to just have it be in frame. Anyways, we're gonna do this. Is the lighting's a little bit, oh, let me, hold on. I noticed that it's a little bit washed out. You're gonna get, you're gonna get that for a couple seconds. Just you can see the colors of the cube better. Anyway, are you ready? Oh, I've already forgot my setup. It was like, where was blue? If I raise my hands now, the timer starts. I wanted to go, shoot, what was it? Oh, so over, down, and then red's over there. This is not how you normally plan such things, but I'm now committing to the bit of that my hands are already on the thing, so I can't, hold on. So that over, down, and then over that way, that down, that down, and then over again. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go! That, and then, this, and then, whoa, I already kind of, how did I mess that up? What do you mean? Where's blue? Wow, already, okay, wait, no. We spent 12 seconds of me just completely turning the wrong thing, almost dropping the cube. I'm just gonna reshuffle that and forgive my mistakes. I just immediately fumbled that, like, the highest degree. Hold on. I can do a little bit better than that. All right, so if I'm to see the cube for the first time, so like, I put that there, and then over, and that down. Where's red there, and then yellow, or orange is there. I don't know why this is so hard for me. This is a thing that, like, seems like it shouldn't be that bad, but I really struggle with planning the cross. Oh, wait, that's gonna move that. Oh, well, okay, you know what? We're just gonna blam, 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 and I'm just gonna figure out the rest on the fly. You know, it's fine. I'll do. This is the thing I need to do way more practice in. I don't know why this is so hard to, like. Sometimes this isn't that bad. Sometimes the way these pieces are is just so hard to account for. Whatever. Okay, we're just gonna. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Whoa! Yeah, and then green went where? Green's there. Okay, cross done. And now F2L, which goes a little bit something like this, and looking for pairs. No, that's bad. Hold on. No, that's bad too. Why am I trying? Here's that consequence of me trying to learn fancy strats and then apply them under pressure and then flopping and then being a lot slower. As a result, don't mind that. It's fine. And then something like this, and then, ooh, that's, nope. It's not okay. Yeah, and then blam, OLL, and oh, I learned that OLL case just like yesterday, and I've forgotten it. So here we do funky fish things. Explain why it said fish in a second. There's a certain case that looks fish-like. Anyway, blam and solved in 3, 2, 1. That was what is that? Is that wait? I haven't got. Wait, what is that? Is that 1 point? Wait. A minute and then 1. Is that? Hold on. This is what this is spitting out. I can't. Hold on. I will catch up with messages in a second. Let me just lights, camera, action. I don't actually know what. Oh, this is flipped. Hold on. That's because I'm flipped. Hold on. Bam. I don't actually know what this. I think this means 1 minute and then 1.469 seconds. Is that what that means? I'm gonna reset that and then have it just like I can see how that works. Oh no, I've never gotten a time over a minute. I definitely fumbled that too, but me trying to talk rather than just solve is definitely affecting that. I think a thing I need to do more of is, because I'm trying to be as fast as possible, I'm trying to like turn so quickly that I'm making so many mistakes when it would be so much faster to take my time and make less mistakes. I think I need to do more of that, especially because I used to solve cubes, do this, you know, faster years ago, and then kind of didn't for years and years. So I'm more rusty than I'd like to think that I am. I need to, yeah, get back to where I was. Let me put the camera back. Yeah, and then we're gonna go back to yeah. And there's lots of messages for me to catch up on. I'll do that. But anyways, did that, and I'm gonna continue to do more. Oh, that. Oh, I said fish. Hold on. Let me just. I can set up one thing quick. There's this thing. Wow. Okay. Yeah, let me turn off just one of these. This, where this kind of looks fish-like, with the way that the yellows are. That's a thing where you, and then, bam, anyway. Also, I literally had a thing pop up, a certain case, that like, oh, I learned an algorithm to be able to solve this particular case a lot faster than what I'd normally do. And then, was thinking for many seconds and could not remember it. So, whoops. And Overton Goddess, hello. First, let me catch up on other messages. My first step of my algorithm is unchanged, which creates the control flow graphic and connect the different basic blocks. But the algorithm creates the variables. The creates variables has been changed so that it's more flexible for future complexity. Ah, funky, cool, yeah. Neato. And then, woo, solve first, then you create it. Yeah. That I did. And then, you got this. I think. Mods be like, yeah. Hello, Resilient Goddess. Hello. Welcome to the stream and making good use of cat emoji. Speaking of cat emoji, emote. I know emote versus emoji. I saw the thing that other people get to see because it's great. Wow, yeah. Bam! This Reptilian Goddess made this, and it's great, and I love it. It's fantastic. It's kitty approved. My sister also saw this and also thinks it's amazing. So you get those compliments. With your permission, I would like to make this into one of my animated emotes, if that would be cool and all. And at some point, I'll actually, not right now, but at some point I will actually do that. That would be super cool to just have more of that. Kitty gets to be more in the spotlight than ever before. That was the point of it. Cool. Let's not make sure that I ask. But I love it. It's great. Even has my brand background color, so extra cool. Or my algorithm for determining which registers will be turned into variables is basically just to analyze the usage of each register depending on when it's assigned, what it's assigned to, and with which scopes, etc. But there's a bit too much of it for now, but that's a high-level explanation. Wow, yikes. I've dealt with registers like a tiny bit conceptually when I was learning how CPUs worked and whatnot, but like, yeah, that's funky. That's cool though. Very, very cool. Yeah. I learned in like very simplistic cases where you're dealing with like 8 registers total or whatever. When I imagine modern computers have a bajillion. I've worked with registers, cash registers. Oh, all right. As a cashier, yeah. Use characters controllers, right? I do not, and I have reasons for doing so. I'll get into a second, but other thing I was gonna say is that I worked at McDonald's for a couple years. I used to have a scar on my arm because I burned myself. It's very, I think, is it? Okay. No, it's like, it's gone. Maybe like the tiniest bit of still faded scar, but like, I think it's basically gone. But my entire time working at McDonald's, I only worked in the kitchen and like 5 minutes on the drive-thru, but I never worked on cashier. I never had to deal with angry customers, so that was, yeah, only had to work in the kitchen. Getting burned making chicken nuggets. And poutine. I burned myself twice at McDonald's. Once was, transferring chicken nuggets out of a deep fryer into tray. The metal thing hit my arm and had a nice T scar there. And then another time making a poutine this was not my fault at all. It's like, put gravy in the poutine. It's like a squirt thing. Like you press down, it comes out. And you give it like 3 squirts of gravy or whatever. On the third one, instead of coming out down, it came out like sideways all over my hand. So I burned my hand on hot poutine gravy. That didn't scar or anything, thankfully, but it was, you know, hot, burning all in my hand. So there was that. But the one on this arm was a lot worse, though. Anyway. Yeah, one edge cases I'm handling now, but I forgot to handle in the beginning. If there's an uninitialized variable declared above an if-else statement, and that variable... I was reading, but I was not taking that in. Hold on. One edge cases I'm handling now, but I forgot to handle in the beginning. If there's uninitialized variable declared right above the if-else statement, and that variable is assigned a value in both the if and else statement. Oh, okay, I get that. I can see that being like a weird edge case that can cause some weird behavior to happen. Makes sense. Also, this is the problem if I keep moving this for Rubik's Cube stuff, that I gotta make sure it goes back almost exactly what it was before. I worked at a truck stop restaurant, and one time in particular where an older driver offered to keep. Yikes! Alright, well then. Jeez. My Pasco would have treated them as 2 separate variables, and then I'd produce wrong code because only one of the variables could be used in the output, leaving the other variable unused. I see. And training for a job at a truck stop usually includes a lot of warning and awareness about... Jeez! Yikes! And jeez, okay. Can't say I had the same degree of that at McDonald's. But, also, I only worked there part-time while I was in high school, but yeah. Anyways, Viper Random, answering your question. I like to program things way more manually than I probably should in a lot of cases. So, even though there's a lot of times there's built-in components for things like, oh, wait, why aren't you at 6? Okay. It's fine. you know, there's things built in with Unity with player controller or characters controllers and stuff like that. I tend to go the more manual route of not okay. That's not super manual. I also the second thing is that I commonly like physics-based characters with some of the games I happen to make. So I commonly use rigid bodies for that, and yeah, everything that comes with rigid bodies and physics and whatnot. Especially this specific character is meant to be a very physicsy character. And then additional thing, with what I want this character to be able to do, a character controller would not be able to handle that, I believe. I haven't touched character controller in a while, so I could be a little bit wrong. But to my understanding, I want this character to be able to do like loop-de-loops and go up walls and that kind of stuff. And I don't think built-in character controller stuff really works well for not being straight up. But I could be a bit wrong with that, but either way, yeah. Hey, Francesco, hi, hello, hi, welcome, and thank you for the sub, hi, and thank you. That's amazing, awesome. Also, hello. We are, I mean, so far for the last, we've been spending more time rambling about a bajillion, like a bunch of miscellaneous topics than the thing that this stream was meant to be initially about, which was this down there, that counter. We did that in like 20 minutes. It's just, my stream deck can now make that that number go up and down. So yeah, which then I was gonna transfer to either working on this or starting, the thing I wanted to do of making a Rubik's Cube be in making a Rubik's Cube in Unity that chat can control, and then having that be in the corner of the stream somewhere. One of those. But so far we've been rambling about a bunch of different topics, which I'm perfectly happy to do. I like, yeah, just all this. Anyway, there's probably a lot more edge cases, so I'll just get to Mr. Hal. All right, you do that, Fanberg. Best of luck with all that. Cool. And then, yeah, hello, 25 months, bro, what the heck? Yeah, I know. Francesco is insane. Thank you. Yeah, is this, okay, my over 25 months, my stuttering has not changed. Don't mind me attempting to make a sentence. Water up my nose. Hold on. This is going great. Great stream. I'm a professional. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fantastic. I just got water up my nose. It's all good. I feel that pain. I never stopped suffering. Yeah, we're like very appreciative of. I feel that pain. Yeah. All good. Anyways, what was I saying? New layout and all the fancy things that are coming with that, and still improving with all of that. Oh, also, I was talking about my Doom recreation thing, with manually ripping textures and setting them up to like match and whatnot, and answering some questions for me that I was trying to figure out the best way to go about with this. How best to, if I'm making an environment for a level for an actual game, how much to do in Blender versus how much to reassemble in Unity. It is very much a question that like can change on a game by game basis, but whether like I made this room, I ended up doing it just by well, okay, this was some leftover stuff, but the thing that's actually in here for realsies is just one big model that's the entire room, and I found that to be a lot easier rather than, before I was experimenting with one model that's just the floor, one model that's just the wall, one model that's just, this is the toxic floor, and assembling that in Unity. But that seemed much more of a pain to change after the fact. If I suddenly decide, oh, I want the wall to be slightly higher, and oh, I gotta change the ceiling, way easier to do that in Blender, where I can just, you know, do this and a little bit of, yeah, and hypothetically, if I can grab the right things, hold on. Hypothetically, did I grab the right things? Yep, and then, yeah, and then, anyways, I can do that, and then I'd potentially have to, you know, figure out textures and stuff, but anyways, my point is that potentially, oh, actually, that didn't, okay, I tried to make a point and then did not make that point correctly. Why can I not grab this roof? Wait, it's actually, no. Okay, it just, I don't know why it was, if it did select before, it would have been fine, but anyways, it didn't accurately just demonstrate my point, but anyways, yeah. The one issue with this is if a level becomes super big, super massive, making one change here and then waiting a million years for it to, re-import into Unity is a thing, but, yeah, that's a thing that I want to figure out, anyway. what was this? I also I'm also sick right now. All the times we get sick before midterms. Oh no, that sucks. Yeah, it sucks to hear. Not good. Get well soon and all that. Hey, you recreated Doom. Only the one room, a singular room, just for practicing making environmental stuff. No programming is involved here at all. But yeah, this is practicing doing some texture stuff. I kind of want to do this with a couple other games. I don't know how far down that rabbit hole I want to go just at the moment, but yeah, because and part of me wants to. I have this idea that I don't know how much I'll commit to. This one of. For every year from 1993 to roughly 2023, picking a game that I'm familiar with and remaking some area in that game. Not an entire level, basically just take screenshot or like a room and just make that. Textures and all and everything. But not like gameplay stuff, just environmental stuff. But this is a long list. And I just for funsies wanted to see if I could have a list like by years, a game that came out that year. And here's some potential swaps that could happen. I don't have to commit to this at all. I just wanted to, for funsies, see if I could kind of pick a game every year that I'm familiar with or that I've played or whatever. Yeah, but then this, like, if I did want to do this is a lot to do, and how long it would take to go through each and every single one of these would be a lot. So yeah, I don't know how much I want to go down that rabbit hole versus just actually getting back to working on this kind of stuff, but we'll see. Do with Detroit. I know I think that one that is on there because that's the only game I could think of that came out in that year. Yeah, that's an example one that would be brutally difficult, or I'd have to really cherry pick for a screenshot. It's one thing like, oh, here's a screenshot where you see a bunch of buildings in the distance, and here's a screenshot where I'm up against a wall in like a corner in Todd's house or something, right? Like, there definitely some parts would be easier than others, but I don't know. That's just like a hypothetical idea that might or might not happen. Who knows? But yeah. Anyways, we'll see. So, where was I? What was I? Of the many things we've been rambling about, there was something that I think I interrupted myself on and didn't get back to, whatever it was. I think I can close the Doom stuff for now. So this is Ultimate Doom Builder, which is cool. You can see and run around Doom levels. You basically make your own Doom levels and whatnot, and change textures and enemies and all this very funky stuff. And then you can load in the files for like actual Doom levels, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, I use this to be able to see some exact grid measurements of certain parts of this room that I was trying to recreate. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna close you, and we're gonna close you. So, recreate the entirety of Jericho. I'm not sure about that. Okay, so funny thing, the first demo level I want to make of this game is going to be inside a giant submarine, a giant abandoned freighter ship or whatever. It's in the same ballpark, and all those corridors and stuff, you know, maybe that wouldn't be the most insane idea. It would be insane, maybe not the most insane. Jeez, I can't even, like, when you're escaping Jericho in, like, the chapter where where everything's all going as terribly as can go, you switch back and forth between a lot of the characters, so trying to actually map out all the hallways and where they actually, like, make sense and what's actually connected to what would be tricky, I imagine, but possibly doable. Anyway, and then, or trying to map as well, like, when you first enter it as Marcus, those hallways you go through versus the ones that you're, like, running away from in the Crossroads chapter, like, which one of those hallways are the same and go off to different things, and then da-da-da-da-da. And even at the Crossroads chapter, like, stuff is, like, blowing up and breaking and whatnot, like, that would affect things, too. Anyways, that's a whole rabbit hole I don't need to go to right now, or ever, possibly. Oh, I noticed that, oh, has this always been happening? Oh. I noticed that chat is being ever so slightly cut off. I don't love that that's happening. Hold on, let me just see if I can do... Oh, that's because this actually is. I can do that a little bit. Hold on. So that, and this will be a quick little bit of maintenance. As I planned for and expected to possibly be doing over these first couple streams with, this is what happens when you have a new layout. Things may go wrong. Hold on. Something like... That's close enough. I'm just on the right wall, making sure that it's not. And then something like... What is... Oh, that's that's Pac-Man World 2 soundtrack. I was like, well, what's making that noise? Oh yes, the background music. Anyways, that's yeah, everything with everything up and around is stuff I can continue to fiddle with for a while. Okay, where was I? What was I saying? So the initial point of this stream, I was dedicating this entire stream to just setting up this counter down there that we already got functional way faster than I thought we would, because I thought I was gonna have to break out doing some actual programming and whatnot. Now that that's done, I mean, it was done an hour ago almost, but I was going to potentially either move into the next project I wanted to mess around with, which was making a Rubik's Cube in Unity and then getting chat to be able to control that, to have that be a cool background element on stream, or because I happened to have opened up and am looking at Hang with Unicycle for the first time in a while, I could just jump into doing stuff with this. I kind of want to, maybe we can do a bit of 50-50. I want to, at the very least, so that I can, because okay, where I left this off, we had some programming problems that are being a pain to actually solve. If I can at least remind myself the intricacies of what those programming problems were, I at least have stuff to think about over the next few days. If I can try to think of a better solution to how I want to solve this stuff. Okay, so, which also, I mean, there's the extra issue of, I know that I, at one point tried to, when I was having some of the programming issues I was having with the camera, I kind of tore apart the camera a little bit. Yeah, I can see some stuff that's like not active anymore. And that's why the camera currently isn't even turning, because of some stuff that was in progress being coded in a desperate attempt to try and fix this. Let me see if I can quickly, I have to even remember how this code is even working. I have all of these. The problem isn't just with the camera, but it is a lot to do with the camera. How you, well, this, and then reactivate all of you guys. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark that this isn't gonna immediately work, but I just want to kind of see what's... Alright, okay, well, so this is turning. Is it gonna do that? Ooh. So it is, kind of. And then this looks... Ignore that the player isn't turning. That's its whole own separate thing. Actually, I think I get the player turning by just... doing... There's like a number here I gotta turn on, I think. This guy? Or putting that to 10? Right, okay, so that's, I mean, temporarily, it almost looks like, hey, everything's working. And kind of on the ground, as long as I'm on flat ground, things are looking like they're working. The problem is when I go beyond that. So, actually, is this, okay, we're gonna find out together if this is gonna, so, well, one, oh, yeah, when I'm on a wall like this, the player is not turning in the right direction. That's one thing. Also, is this gonna, well, that right there, that is camera problems number one. That, the reason why this random snapping is happening and how to solve said snapping, that is a big issue I'm trying to solve. That problem number one, that was problem number one. Problem number two was, I think, has to do with the way the player decides to face, yeah, when they're upside down and have it actually going in the correct direction and stuff like that. But I think some stuff that we did before that made that happen broke even more stuff with the camera. So, like, part of the issue is some of these problems in isolation, but more of the issues were to do with fixing some of these issues without breaking everything else. So some of these, like, stuff like this might look like on paper like, oh, it just needs this quick little fix. And some of that stuff is like things that I've tried, but then it broke other stuff. So it's a whole big, messy, complicated system. So, a funky thing that I have going on with this whole camera system is that it's built on a lot of different objects. See how there's a bunch of different things here? So we got, okay, first I just have player singleton as this massive, like, conglomerate of everything, because for efficiency in my other, actually, let me just, if I go into any of my actual, if I go into an actual level, this is the planning of what will eventually be our first real level that we make, which, oh wow, oh, the lines look bigger. Oh, I used to, yeah, be looking at this on 4K monitor where things are a bit, yeah, okay, anyways. You may notice there's no player in the scene, but there's a player spawn thing. For stuff with how this game, bits of like how the levels go between each other and whatnot, it is way more efficient for my game for there to be no player here, and I spawn the player at runtime. Anyways, I didn't need to go to another scene to really explain that, but yeah, all the other scenes spawn the player at runtime. So this scene just has this player as a player singleton, and then does all this. Anyways, so under player singleton that doesn't move, it's just the conglomerate thing to have everything. Here we have, I'll start the player. The player is the player, obviously, and it has a bunch of stuff underneath for some reference points that the camera uses, and the unicycle and how it turns and whatnot. And so this character can repair stuff. There's like some fixed text that shows up above the player when you're close enough to things. These wheel colliders were some, oh yeah, this is like a visual representation of the colliders of the player. Yeah, this is a thing. Even the way this player looks is also temporarily. Eventually I want to make an actual human looking thing. That will happen at some point. That's also animated and whatnot. Oh, I forget exactly why. Oh, these references have to do with some of the old way of how the player moved. This camera look at target is currently what the camera looks at. Input forward is a thing I set up as part of mapping the input of like when you press WASD, when you're on a wall or whatever, it remapping like where that should mean based on what walls and ceilings that you're on. There's all that. We got a canvas. This has, part of the player singleton is all of the canvas stuff that has to do with the win screen, the lose screen, the pause screen, the objectives that you have in a level, all of that stuff. This transition curtain is a cool thing that's way off here, where when you in the pause menu, you can restart a level, and there's a fancy transition where like curtains like whoosh whoosh, and then the level restarts. So that's the stuff that handles that. Yeah, okay, and then so that's the not so bad stuff. I mean, the intricacies of how the player moves around with all the physics, complicated. But in terms of the game objects themselves, like I can briefly explain that just, it's the player. It's the player, and canvas does canvas things. Not super important for, yeah, all this. So then we got the actual camera, that is this. Camera as camera do. And then the complicated thing that is the camera pivot that does all of... Oh no, that wouldn't spin that. Right, hold on. I was like, wait a minute, it should be moving. If I do this, I have a cube that represents where the camera's gonna go, so yeah. In the past, how I've done 3D platformer cameras is to have this concept of a camera pivot where I just have an object that's basically at the player, and I turn this thing and the camera orbits around the player, and that's nice, and I don't have to deal with quaternion stuff of like manually moving the camera in an orbit to the same degree, like doing that all manually with math, which I might eventually be doing. That's what I'm actually gonna be getting to in my potential solution to some of my issues, but I'm gonna get there. So we have this camera pivot. Usually just camera pivot, and underneath that is main camera, is what I've done a lot in games in the past. For this camera, making it extra complicated, it has a bunch of different child objects that do different parts of how the camera does all the camera things. So first of all, this camera pivot just follows the player, and like it just, goes where the player goes. This slope pivot is the thing that's meant to handle, hey, we went on a slope, turn because we're on a wall now, and do that stuff. This horizontal and vertical pivots are for you moved the mouse, so turn the camera, so that's like that additional offset is what those are meant to be. This one is slightly in the air because this vertical offset says the camera kind of turns up like that rather than around there. And then this under all of these is camera ideal position that then also handles it's supposed to handle the zooming of, hey, there's a wall in the way, zoom in. So this is then where the final place that all these rotating game objects decide where the camera should be. And then the actual camera is on a separate game object, and then it can stick to this object. And that's set up like this, so that I can steal this camera and do other things with it if I want to. If I want a cutscene to happen, or hey, I don't know, you pressed a button, let's pan over to a door to show that a door opened. Like, not like necessarily, like full-on cutscenes and like minion level, hey, look at that thing. Those kind of cutscenes that can happen in games. The camera is not under the camera pivot, so that the camera can we can have this camera ideal position stuff calculate that being a thing, and then we can have the camera choose to go there or be overridden to ignore it and go somewhere else and then come on back. So that is roughly how the camera, this currently is. But I'm, like, so before there wasn't this many, like, underlying objects, and I had some more separation, like, I had more things combined into one. I thought that at one point that separating it into, like, each step of how the camera needs to handle different rotations, being on its own object going down, I thought that was going to be a better idea, but I'm starting to think that this might be making it, well, it's causing some of the problems. It might make things be more complicated than need be. One thing that a lot of common 3D platformer cameras do that my camera does not, that I would like it to have this functionality, and that functionality may solve some of my issues, but doing that, this system might not work well with that. If I can quickly find, what's the fastest thing I can find to show my what is, okay, Ratchet and Clank is gonna be a good example, I think. Hold on, let me just, 1 minute, what about, Ratchet and Clank 1, I specifically mean. But going off of an older game, it can be easier to, like, more specifically make my point on a camera that's not super complicated. So, bam, stealing whoever's YouTube video this is. Yeah, I just need any, like, couple seconds of gameplay. Where it's obvious that the camera is moving on its own. So, okay, this maybe isn't a great example, but in a lot of games like this, when you're moving left and right, the camera turns. When you, if I had my mouse off, you move the mouse or, right stick on a controller, and that's gonna orbit the camera around. But a lot of good, well-made cameras in 3D platformers have additional, like, if you are moving left and right, the camera slowly turns to then be back to the player. When you run at the camera kind of swivels around on its own. I kind of want that functionality as well. That just feels like an extra bit of polish that would be good to have. But trying to conceive of how to make that work has been tricky, and trying to make that kind of thing work that sounds like when you're moving, sort of override the input of like the stored information of mouse stuff. Trying to keep track of these offsets all independently, I feel like those kind of compete with each other. So I think I'm going to combine all these things again into just one big, well, I started to do that actually a little bit. One big camera pivot script that is calculating all those numbers, because I think that will be better for being able to have them influence each other and all that sort of stuff. On top of that, an idea that I had, I don't know for sure if it's going to be a good idea or not, but something I think might be worth trying is, so I always rely on all this camera pivot stuff. I was thinking that what if I just didn't have an actual camera pivot object, and I just have the camera, and how it moves is entirely through, or how it decides where to be is through code, where I can have a vector 3 that then, like, it's not based on an object, that just is from code stuff, and then rotate it, apply like rotating functions to it, and then raycast backwards and then move it into a position. I think I can still get the orbital rotation stuff from that without it being a huge pain, in theory. I mean, it'll be a pain, but I think it'll potentially solve my problem, so if it works, then that'd be great. Most Mario games do that too. Exactly, right? Like, it's a very common thing that I don't, like, that's one, like, problematic thing. A lot of what I want my camera to do, this game does. This is a game that came out in like 2002 or something, or 2002, somewhere around that. Extra thing, because here's the additional thing that makes my stuff complicated, is a lot of stuff in these games are fine if the player's always on the ground, right? It can do stuff that makes a lot of the math easier by the character just on the ground always, or whatever, right? Or not, I mean, like, not going sideways, right? But this game does have an example of, I forget the name of the level, if I can, this one I think. There's like 3 cases in the game where, I remember being on this green planet, where are you? There's a part in this level somewhere, I think, if I'm looking at the right, I will find you. I think I might be past it. Hold on. It'll be easier if instead of trying to skim through, like, if I just specifically find that level, or so on. I have to go feed my cat as well. I'm gonna have to, leave for like 5 minutes to go do that. I will do that in a minute. Hey, I immediately went exactly where I want to go. There's metal walls that you walk on. There's like 3 or 4 times in the game that you do this, but this was one I remembered offhand because I've looked at it frequently. This is a part in the game where the camera goes sideways and you're walking on a wall and the camera can handle that and that's all fine and stuff. It's like, what did this game in 2002 do that I can't figure out how to do this exact thing and have it not freak out? But it's not just that. I mean, technically, as you saw in my current thing, I can do this, kind of. I can have the camera be sideways. It's when, okay, this is not a great example of it. I need the player to do bad. If you fall off this, I believe in this, you can either get hurt by an enemy or you can jump and you'll immediately fall off the wall. And I've seen that this camera swivels. It swivels as it should. You go facing down and the camera swivels around totally fine. It doesn't completely break. Figure out how this game did that. In addition to the, when you move to the side, the camera turns around. That kind of stuff is what I want to copy. And I've been trying to see if I can find some source code of these kinds of games to figure out roughly. Now, obviously, this is a game made in a very, a different time, a different game engine, before Unity was even a thing. So obviously, I know things are going to be one-to-one. I'm not going to find, exact C# code or whatever. I know that. But I tried to see if I could find more conceptual stuff. Or if I could find, an indie game made in Unity that I could, that does this kind of stuff. But it's mainly the sideways wall thing and having it not break and then whatever. But, yeah, I do know that another solution that I hypothetically can do and have considered is the idea of not turning the camera for slopes at all by doing, I think I can turn off this code and it'll just, yeah. Some games, like some Sonic games will commonly, when you do a loop, the camera stays flat and the player just does the loop. That has its own issues that I don't know how to figure out. And this right here is that issue, is, if the player is going up through a loop, I need to sort of remap their input based on the camera to, W doesn't mean go forward, it means go up. And even if the camera's looking down, or if the camera's looking down, should up mean go down the loop or should it mean go up? And the calculations to make that happen. That's its own complicated thing to try to get that working. But then on top of that, in games like in Sonic games, commonly you will, you do a loop as a flashy set piece, and then that's it. There's no complicated dodging enemies while you're doing a loop-to-loop or whatever. So it can get away with that being more, you don't need to worry about the camera. It can be a little bit disorienting on purpose, and that's fine. In my game, though, I want to be able to have extended periods of time where you're on a wall like this and weaving around hazards and stuff. Because of that, I think my game is better suited to have the type of camera that does turn with you, so that I'm not being disoriented about where stuff is and what inputs will mean what directions. Forward always is forward, right down left are always right down left relative to the camera. I think that works better for my game if I want extended periods of being on a wall or upside down or whatever. Now, in the real game, when you lose your speed, you'll drop. That's the idea. But I do want some then actual magnet walls that you can come to a halt and then just be on a wall. Exactly like Ratchet and Clank. I want both. Just, if you have speed, you kind of stick to a wall, and then also just have full-on magnet walls. I want both of those. So right now, the falling, it's easier to test if I don't have to worry about maintaining speed. But, so I'm waiting on the falling when you lose speed thing until after just being here is working. Anyways, I am a couple minutes late. I have to go, feed my cat. I've been talking for too long. I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then I will continue to ramble about all this and my plans for how to possibly fix this issue. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. Cool. I didn't, after getting the counter thing to work, I never set it to something real. What is, we're just rambling about random stuff. What is random thing I can have be what the counter is for? And I'll just reset it real quick. Yeah, let's reset to 0. Yeah. Ideally, it's something I'm not having to press every, like, 2 seconds, but also something that happened at least, like, 3 times in the stream, roughly speaking. Ah. I literally had water splash out of the cup into my eye. That's fantastic. Great. I'm fine. Something like... Because I'm just rambling and not actually making stuff. I mean, like, how many times the code breaks, how many times bugs happen can be a thing, but we're not as much... okay. It's easy when I'm playing a game to have to just be like, how many times I die. Right now, a bit, whatever. Times code, code failed to compile. I don't know. For this stream, not so important, but yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna be writing stuff and then have an actual, not just the runtime error, but actually like, oh hey, I forgot a variable or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, back to rambling. So, yes, yeah. So okay, long story short, I'm messing around with different. Yeah, I have a lot to figure out with how to get this thing to actually work, and I have some ideas for how to potentially do some stuff differently, and maybe have things work better. Oh, I also forgot to say, under the camera, there's these other cameras that each handle different bits of some UI. They're not so important. If I can just have the main camera go where it needs to go, this other stuff is already working as it should be, so that's not so much a part of the problems. Anywho, though, so I guess I could try to experiment with a little bit with this now. The other issue is having to just not too much break all of the code that I already have currently set up. I also do know that Cinema Machine is a thing, that a package that you can have some like automated camera stuff to do with it. But I played around with that a little bit, but I don't think that's gonna work great for my case here. I think that it's for a third person character that needs to go sideways and upside down and all that intricacies, and then also need to like, yeah, just a lot of special stuff to do with my current camera setup. I think it would be better. Fair World comes back. Oh hey, Architect, and hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, Checkerboard World is back for now. Eventually, it'll hopefully look like an actual environment, but yeah, I started this stream with a different goal that we finished in like 20 minutes, and then we were just rambling about a bunch of different topics, and now I've been rambling about where I left off in this game, which it was not my intent to be working on this today, but it looks like now that that's kind of turned into that. So, yeah, that'd be cool and all. I just did ramble a bunch about like, so where I left this game off and I was having lots of issues with camera shenanigans and all that fun key stuff, and I may now do some. I gotta figure out where I even want to start with. If I do want to potentially now rip apart and make new camera system with idea that I have that might be able to help solve my problem. Oh, we'll see. But I can do like some experimenting. So I won't delete all this. Don't mind me just deciding how I want to even. I want to try, just conceptually, even if this doesn't work, I can learn things along the way. I want to turn off my camera pivot, and I want to ignore this drone fly thing. That's a separate thing. Ain't important right now. This look at target, that was, why are you off? That was some different code that at one point handled looking at the player. Yeah, this whole scene is, a lot of this player camera stuff is a big conglomerated mess at the moment. I have main camera move. Let me just remind myself what was, this is just, oh yeah, because I had, at one point, this whole camera pivot system goes down to this object camera ideal position, and then this camera just either follows that, or eventually it could override and say, don't follow that, instead go and follow, like, oh, a cutscene is happening, go show stuff for that or whatever. I wanted the option to be able to kind of override that. But if I'm potentially not having the camera pivot, I don't necessarily need that to be on that. Do I want it to be its own object? For now, I won't. If it becomes more complicated, then I will. Something like that. Or at least I could separate it among a lot of scripts. So actually, what I'm going to do, just in case I decide to Control-Z undo on some of my planning, trying this potentially new idea, I'm going to just make a new script with the stuff I want to experiment with and leave that old code there, but not running. So this new camera pivot, I'm just going to call it camera player follow or something like that. Name's not super important. Use that. Attaching it now because I will totally forget to. In a second, once it compiles. Blam. It didn't do. Hold on. Player. Bam. And then go with it like. Bam. Crazy having many camera functions is multiple scripts. It's going back and forth on different ways of like what's the best way to do what I want to do. At one point, like even this camera pivot was less objects. It was basically just camera pivot and then camera ideal position was underneath that. But then I thought it would be a good idea at one point to separate like the different parts of turning the camera, them being their own pivot things where it's like, this is the main thing that just kind of just followed the player. This is the thing that turns based on if we're on slopes. So like when we're going up walls. This one is turning based on the mouse. I even separated vertical and horizontally being different things. Well, because the vertical one has an actual bit of a height offset. Why am I so far? Wait, when did that happen? When did you get so far out? But that's 0. I don't, because, wait, something, oh, because something's rotated, right? Because I just rotated this 2 seconds ago and didn't undo it. Yeah, that makes sense. These two pivots, and then finally the camera ideal position that also handled zooming. It was a lot of things that I thought could run independently of each other, and thus separating them seemed a good idea. But now I'm not doing that, and I think it'd be better to just have maybe a few more eventually, depending on how complicated it gets. But for now, one big conglomerate script that does all the calculations that do matter with each other, and yeah. So, there's also the whole thing of, like, I would ramble a lot about what I actually want out of all this camera stuff. It's a whole different story to conceptually have an idea of what I want to happen, and then actually physically doing it. The nitty-gritty physics and all the quaternion nonsense. I do not like quaternion stuff. I understand, I mean, like, I understand that they're useful, that rotations, whatever. Quaternion math stuff is always funky, but... prototyping, code base, and structure. Yeah, that's what a lot of right now, what is happening is prototyping ideas, just trying to get this thing to work. The player, like, I did have a functional player before, but it had its own flaws and problems, that I basically tore apart the player and rebuilding them from the ground up. I knew it would be hard, but it's been hard in ways that I did not foresee would be as challenging as they have been, just for one reason or another. Mostly due to the fact that I want to, I want the player to be able to go up walls and stuff and do loop-de-loops and all that kind of stuff. And getting the camera to be functional with that, like, I knew it would be tricky because it's not that common to do that unless it's like Mario Galaxy and stuff like that, but still, yeah, just having extra fun, funky issues. Because a lot of when you see tutorials on making camera and player stuff, there's a lot that kind of assumes that the player is going to be on flat ground the whole time, or slopes, but like gravity go downwards, which isn't a terrible assumption to make for most games, but I am making a game where that does not apply. Funny fixed camera position. Yeah, that's I did think like so right now, yeah, I'm trying to make, you know, how the player's gonna operate most of the time. It'd be cool to have some parts of gameplay where, you know, we shake things up a bit. The idea of you're in some level where there's like security cameras or something, and then actually have the camera be all overridden, like it's looking through security cameras and then you know, watching you from a distance, and temporarily you're doing maybe not even a whole level, but a chunk of a level like this. I mean, you go over here and then it switches to another like camera view. That sounds awesome. That sounds cool. I actually like sounds like something I potentially would want to do for a level. It sounds like a cool idea. But before we do any of this funky special cases, gotta get the normal main stuff to work, but also have the code in place to be able to switch to something like this and go back and forth and have everything not explode and die. The one issue, well, of many issues, one issue that this has, and well, right now the input does not, right, because I turned off all the camera codes, so even the easy, supposedly easy camera code that's supposed to just map the input, like, up should be, W should be going forward, and that's not that bad to do. It should be, like, that code's off right now, so, like, normally that would be happening. Like, that would have to still happen from up here. But where that runs into issues is if you go to do a loop-de-loop and then you're upside down or you're going up a wall, having input potentially have to remap for a loop-de-loop and not explode, that's also has its own issues. But anyway, yeah. So, a lot of different ways to go about things, and yeah, they all have their own pros and cons. Anyways, but even though, you know, we might do a camera system like that at some point, for now, for most of the game, that's not going to be the case. So I gotta get the main normal stuff to function first. So my idea, what I want to try first is, I want to try to replicate some of the behavior of this camera pivot on flat ground without actually having the camera pivot, and I want to see if I can do that. In order to do that, and I guess we'll start with just, I mean, yeah, just being up and away, and I can manually turn some stuff, and then we can hook that up into input. And then I want to just, from that, I want to have the kind of system that happens in most 3D platformer games where, if I can find just quickly, if you move to the side without pressing any, or moving the mouse or whatever, how the camera will kind of turn in the direction that you're going. I want that behavior. I've never done that before, and it's a common thing that 3D platform cameras do, and I want to learn how to, I want to figure out how to do that. But just doing that then can fix some of my, nested offset problems that might help me fix some of the camera problems that I have had. Anyways, yeah. So, rambling aside, how do I want to start with this? So, first thing I need to do, if I'm kind of starting from scratch, is I need a reference to the player, as always. Or specifically, you know, well, like, there might be some height offsets involved, but for now, we start with just the base foot of the player. So, I'm gonna need, obviously, a reference to that. Public, transform, player, just player for now. If I make it more specific, player offset, it's fine. So we start with the player, and then in update, I'm actually going to preemptively change this to late update. Also, this is a whole thing I can ramble about, is about whether it's best to be moving a camera in late update, fixed update, normal update for different stuff. I have a fast-moving physics-based object, not having camera jitter from them being out of sync. That's a whole thing. Worry about that later. That's like a future problem. For now, late update will be good enough to start out. Okay, so what am I doing? So, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so I need to, we're just starting first with position, I guess. Transform.position equals. We're going to start with, how do I want to actually define, how far, okay, there's two ways I can, how far away from the player the camera should be. I can define it two ways. One, as some fixed distance, like 7 meters away on a line that's on an angle like that. Or I can define an X offset and a Y offset and have it do both of those. I think for my purposes of what I want to do, I think it's going to be better for me to define one number, like, you know, 8 unit meters, whatever, from the camera at an angle. So I'm going to, as temporary numbers to be fiddled with later, I'm going to make them public so I can change them for testing purposes. Public, float, cam dist equals, we're gonna say like 8 or something, and then public float cam angle. Right now it's just gonna be one angle. We're gonna which is gonna be angle off ground. It's gonna be, I don't know, 45 for now, just for testing's sake. So if I want these two numbers to meet in the camera, the imaginary transform here, turn 45 degrees, and then back up from that. And then we'll also worry about, like, ray casting. If there's, like, walls in the way, then don't go all the way back. That's its own thing. Right. I also haven't done, like, so I have a full-time job where I use Unity and do programming stuff. How different that program is that I work with my job. This is a very different, like, I haven't had to deal with, like, quaternions and physics and, like, this kind of stuff. I'm gonna be very rusty on remembering how to do anything with this. So bear with me here. So transfer dot position is gonna be, first of all, just starting with the player dot position. And then I basically want to take, how do I want to do this? So I want to start by having a hypothetical, this was never going to be a one-line thing, but just as I'm starting to build this out, I need some kind of, okay, a thing that I know that you can do, but I don't know if I've ever actually done, is having some kind of, I'm just going to, well, camera, hold on. Camera pose equals, start with it being the player's position, and then I want to take this and rotate it effectively. Rotate the, well, actually, wait a minute. I'm gonna need 2 vectors, right? I mean, should I just have a, can I make it, hold on. Normally in this kind of case, I'd have an empty game object that I would turn, but I want to try to do this more programmatically. Would I want to just actually manually store 2 vectors, a position and then a direction, and then like move that vector along that direction? Hypothetically? Something along those lines? Or can I actually have like a private, like a newly made transform thing that's entirely by code? I don't know if that works that way. I've never done that kind of thing before and I can experiment with it. But for now real quick, I'm just gonna do just camera direction. And this, I need to take, I mean, for now, if I want to just lock it behind the player, whatever the way the player's facing, we'll start with player dot forward, and that's the starting camera direction, and then I want to sort of turn that. Before I turn it at all, let's just get the first initial bit, like, before I influence these numbers, make sure that these at hypothetical all zeros work. Well, I mean, yeah, if I just go, I guess right now I wouldn't even, well, no, hold on. Like, before I deal with the angle, I can deal with the distance. If I then just want to go take transfer dot position equals, oh boy. So I want to take the camera position, I mean, camera position is going to equal, hold on, let me, camera position is going to equal, I mean, okay, hold on. And I want to take the players forward and then go back. So I should probably make this negative so we actually are pointing away, like towards the direction that the camera's going to actually be. Well, I mean, well, okay, hypothetically, is this camera direction going to be like the hypothetical direction of the camera facing the player, or from the player facing the direction the camera's going to go? Actually, I'm probably actually have it be the direction that the camera is going to be facing. Will actually be better to then take the camera and set its forward direction to that, to rotate the camera. Yes, so, geez. Take the, camera position that's going to be at the player, and then I need to move backwards based on, that forward direction. So that's just going to be like, and this is normalized, so if I want to move 1 relative unit back, then when I just go like this plus player dot forward times cam distance, whoops, cam, this guy, also ignore that this is camera and that's cam, but whatever. Is that actually, is that all? Or am I feel like I'm missing a lot of steps, but just an early starting kind of thing. Let's just see what that's gonna do. Is this gonna compile at all? It did, good. No errors yet, but I'm sure it's not gonna actually work. Oh, okay, camera didn't move. That's oh, I didn't, well, there's, because I didn't assign the player. Yep, that's a step. Did I not? Okay, did this, and then like, not this player, I'm gonna, actually, wait, well, I want the player, or, yeah, the base of their feet, so that's, is that gonna work, or do I actually need it to be the unicycle pivot? I don't remember exactly. For now, I believe just the parent player is going to be fine, but it might have to change at some point. We'll see. We'll get there when we get. Actually, it might need to be this input forward eventually, but worry about that not now. Okay, camera went there. Camera went there. Interesting. Funky. Where is... Oh, that's the 0 of the world. Oh, I didn't add that onto... Wait, that didn't get added onto... Oh, I, meant to do this. I meant to be these numbers. Take the camera position... I guess it could be plus equals, I guess, but, yeah. Plus equals. Yes, something along those lines. I'll get there. Oh, fine, our way through it. And now, actually, okay, seeing some visuals. That is... I made a negative, and then undid that, and then didn't redo it. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Negative camera... direction, and now you are roughly where you should be. Yeah, okay, so it's 8 meters back, and now I want to hypothetically, well, because, so, in order to be able to get the orbital spherical movement that I want, that's why I wanted to sort of start where the player is, do rotations, and then move backwards a fixed amount. I think that's gonna, yeah, do what I want the best. So... now to do that, so now I just want to hypothetically rotate this. So I'm hoping that there's either I have to do some manual quaternion math, or I'm hoping that there's gonna be some kind of like turning a vector, turning vector direction kind of a thing. And right now it's gonna be some fixed amount, but then more math might change it at some point. Especially actually right now, a thing that'll change. Right now, a thing that's happening that will need to change is, right now the camera will then be orbiting here, but I kind of want the camera to be looking here and probably orbit here. So I'll probably eventually take player position, go up, take a spot here, and then orbit based off that. So then when we're on a wall, it's gonna, yeah, go up the player. Which, actually, I do have this look at target, so that actually might work just as good. But we'll see. I'll come back to that. Because I don't know if I want that to be an actual position, or if there's like an actual empty game object in the world, or if there's going to be other math that's going to change that from time to time. Actually, I know for a fact there will be when we're... Because there's going to be some different behavior when we're in midair versus when we're on the ground. So all this will need to take that into account. So yes, I know that that will have problems where just that empty game object might not be good enough. So we'll get to that. Anyways, so... Camera position, camera direction. What was I saying? I want to just... so... Turn... vector direction. I'm sure there's some quick function to do that I'm just angle. Oh boy. Angle axis. Oh, turn that angle axis and the multiply effect. Right. I think quaternion math has a lot of like you do the thing and then multiply it by the original thing, and that somehow does stuff. It's funky, but okay. Well, no, this is going to turn it by a specific axis, which isn't exactly what I want. And right now, it would hypothetically work in this scenario, but I need to... Or wait, is the axis... No, I do want this. Wait, what's angle without? Uh-huh. Oh, that's to... Oh, no, that's... Sorry, the angle between two things creates a rotation, which... Okay, right, yeah, it makes sense. So they're two different things. Yep. Oh, I just take the player... take the player position and subtract the... Wait, I take the player position and subtract through the camera's forward and distance value. So that would be like that would work if I had the camera placed where it needs to be, and then I want to get this camera direction and whatnot. Yeah, I've done that kind of where you can subtract them to get a direction. The problem is I'm trying to calculate where the camera should be and what angle that it's gonna be going towards. I've done that kind of thing before. If when I fixed camera. Oh wait a minute. Did chat break? Hold on. I noticed I have some chat messages that aren't showing up on the side. Oh, I hope that didn't. Why did that have happened? Oh no. Huh, that's funky. I'm gonna hope that chat box broke. It did. Let me just try to, I don't know, go between scenes real quick and see if it fixes itself. No. Funky. Haven't had that happen before. I mean, me using, let me refresh. Well, okay, that cleared it, but maybe that will have fixed it. Well, whoops, that... Okay, I didn't want to get it all cleared out, but... Oh, well, we're gonna hope that that fixes itself. Anyways, test... Yeah, thanks for testing. Cool. I don't know why it broke, but oh well. Has not happened... I don't know if I've ever had that... Even with my old chat setup, which actually I have this scene that has my old funky chat thing. Yeah, it isn't broken there. I don't think it's ever broken there, but I wanted to change to a more, like, standard-looking chat. Because... Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, getting that camera offset by, like, subtracting. I've done that before, but in this case, it's like the camera isn't anywhere yet, and I'm calculating where it even should be to know where it's supposed to be and what angle it's supposed to have, so. But apparently, angle axis and putting in camera angle being blah, and then the axis to turn on, which is, like, gonna be a perpendicular, it needs to be, like, perpendicular to the way I'm turning. For now, that's just gonna be... Well, I mean, it's gonna be player.right, but it won't always be that necessarily. But for now, it's gonna work good enough for now. I was hoping that I could take this and then get... I don't know. Okay, well, camera direction equals... Hold on, what is this spitting out? Vector times vector. I didn't need to multiply it by camera direction. Apparently that somehow does the magic that it needs to do. So I take that's for the direction, and then I take the position using this stuff, and then I spit it in there. And apparently that might do stuff. Interesting start. Hold on, where did that go exactly? Wait a minute, that might actually be exactly what it needs to be. That looks about a 45, I think. So I think that worked, except then the camera itself needs to actually turn, and we can do that. But cool, that actually, okay, that looks like it worked first try. Woo! When code failed to compile, gets to stay as 0 for now. Okay, and then, right, so then actually turn the camera, transform dot. So, I don't know if I want to rely on this. There is a very easy look at camera position. That'll do the job for now, but in the long term, if I want more fancier camera turning stuff, oh, wait, that didn't even work. Well, how about that? Look at camera position, which is gonna be, oh, that's, sorry, the wrong thing. I meant player position. Yeah, camera position where it is, I forgot that, like, at this point, it's just where it is, and then I add to it. Yeah, it's that. Look at where it used to be. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, so technically that works. Technically that is functional. It's looking at the player's feet, which isn't good. It ain't proper. Did I close that Ratchet and Clank thing? No. Usually in 3D platformer kind of thing, it's looking above the player, obviously. That is a very common thing. Oh, hold on, let me just... Wait, did I... Okay, hold on, let me, clean up, this. I don't need you open, and you can be there. So the very easy, like, to do easy things for now, I just have to, like, one, I have empty game object that's above the player here, and I just say, look at that. But I think long-term, that's going to have its own issues just because of, like, I won't always want to look at the top of the player's head. Reasons for that is there can be times when if the player is in midair and they're upside down because they just came off of, like, a loop-to-loop and whatnot, I want to, when the player's midair, take the player's position, go up from that, and then, like, be looking at around here. I think that's going to be roughly what I want, rather than looking here, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. We'll mess around with that, but because of that, I can't just tie it to a game object. So we're just gonna take the position and just add to it. So I almost want to store that as a separate thing. Like camera look position. And that's gonna start by being player dot position. And then we're just gonna have a float, just some kind of like camera look height. And that's gonna be 2 meters tall, let's say. This is gonna introduce its own issues in a second. Plus, well, I can't just do that. I have to, what's the quick way? If I want to just add this onto the Y. Oh, no, to do it in 2 lines by going like dot y plus equals okay, right? Yeah. This is the funky thing, or not a funky thing, but I can't go player, I believe, if I remember this correctly, I can't go player dot y plus equals camera look height, right? This has the issue of the position is not a variable, can't return blah 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 blah. So then in this kind of case I would go like plus equals new vector 3 0 y 0 and then whatever. But when you're just modifying a vector directly and not a vector that you're pulling out of transform or whatever, then you can modify it directly. I'm almost not used to that I'm allowed to do this and not having to deal with it from transform and stuff being a bit different. I do Euler angles on. I do Euler angles on quaternion. Oh yeah. With rotations as well. Yeah, quaternion Euler angles. Yeah, I also so I will. I very frequently used that kind of thing, but what was I saying? Looking at the stuff over here and this using quaternion.Euler and distracted myself. What was I saying? I've commonly used quaternion.Euler stuff, but it can have its own issues, especially with camera things. When you're rotating around 180 degrees, depending on how you do the math, it can sometimes have some funky behavior. Yeah, so sticking to clean quaternions can potentially be cleaner. It really depends on what you're using specifically. It's not a universal thing, but anyway. So what was I just doing? I was adding to the height and then look at camera look position. Bam. Whoop. Yeah, something along those lines. Actually, I just realized that I can like. I mean, I to clean this up a tiny bit. Was this after? No, this is after I do that. Camera direction. I'm gonna just real quick, just do a little bit of. I don't really need these to be two separate. Oh no, I do have to like make this. Well, okay, technically I can just do this in here. Well, that and then time player forward. I don't know how much I want to compress things into one line. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna actually undo that because I expect that. Right now, this is simple enough, it can be one line, but eventually I'm going to continue to add more and more calculations onto the camera direction and the camera position that it eventually might be better to leave them as separate things, but whatever. Gimbal lock wackiness. Exactly. That's also an issue. Yes. Well, that's separate than the wrapping around 180 thing, but yeah, the whole, that whole issue is a thing, yes. The gimbal lock of rotating on different axes and that having this whole weird thing. So this is technically working. Okay, right. This is a weird problem with the player. That's funky. That's its own separate thing. I haven't found the best fix for. Is that the parent game object, when you just do physicsy stuff, it kind of spins around. So it's currently facing this way. But right now the player, actually, because the player's turn speed is 0. Hold on. Let me. I meant to undo that once this. The player is facing the direction that we're going. But that's not this game object, right? It's the unicycle pivot that turns that way. So this poses a potential issue. So I can set the thing to track to that unicycle pivot, but I have this thing with the player. It's cool, but like unnecessary, but cool and unique thing I can do with the unicycle is that you can go backwards. It's functionally the same. It's entirely just a visual thing. But if you're heading backwards, you can go backwards. And if I currently, in this current state, set the direction to go in to be the unicycle pivot, then this will have the camera be facing the wrong direction. So it more needs to angle based on velocity, kind of. I don't know if that's the best way of doing it, but maybe, possibly. Or at least input direction or something along those lines. Actually, wait, this, well, all right, I still need to get input forward to be a thing. Yeah, one thing at a time. This is a multitude of a lot of different just things that need to happen to get this to be how it needs to be. Although, I didn't even comment on that the looking down thing, it seems to be working. So that's cool and all. While we're here, I might as well modify some of the numbers here. 45 is a lot. I just wanted to, just a starting testing number. Even like camera distance of 8, I don't know. For now, we're gonna try like 30, and like that looks a little bit more normal. But of course, as games do, you're gonna be able to control camera with mouse, so you'll be able to change it at the drop of a hat. But still having good defaults for now. Okay, so what of the many things to still have to do, what do I want to do next? I almost want to, before I make this camera system too complicated, obviously the more complicated we make it, the more complicated it'll be to make any additional changes. Before it gets too complicated, I kind of want to see if I can get running the system where if you're moving to the side, the camera slowly turns to face behind you. Whatever direction that you're going, the camera slowly turns on its own to be that direction until that direction is forward. And then, yeah, so doing that before I hook up mouse input stuff, because then mouse input stuff might, like, those systems are going to compete with each other, and I got to make sure that they don't do that. And I've made, like, mouse camera turning system, I've done a bunch. Like, that's code I might just directly copy from here. That would probably be easier than recoding it from scratch. But before I even do that, I want to see how I can do that. And I guess, well, to start on doing that, actually, well, how do I currently calculate this input forward thing? I think it doesn't get calculated at all, right? There was other code that messed with this. What code does that? Camera look target, vertical pivot, why did you need reference to the vertical pivot? Weird. Okay, sure. Where is... What thing handled... I just gotta now remind myself, what handled that input forward? I don't remember what did that. Oh, here it is. Player move does that. How do you do that again? This is also, yeah, I see a variable there that's not even used. Oh, I'm not zoomed in as much as I should be. I usually, about like 110 anyway. Yeah, so people can see it better. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so where is this input thing? Why am I not seeing it? Am I blind? Wait, yeah, input forward, where are you? Oh no, you're on, wait. No, you were there, you were under downhill momentum. There you are, I just blind and didn't see it. Hold on, yep, it's fine, okay. How do I use you again? Input forward rotation. Right, so this, even some of this player code might have to change to have the camera stuff work with it. We'll see. Well, this input forward stuff probably will. It needs to roughly face where the camera's facing, so... Which then, I don't know which thing should influence what. I mean, the only, well... Or whether I might be able to maybe... Actually, I might be able to devise a camera system in a way where I don't need this input forward thing to the same degree anymore than I do with all the camera pivot nonsense. Okay. Just to remember what I was doing with this though. When we get input, right before we get input, I take, right, so we have input go flatten along whatever ground that we're on in the direction of the camera. So currently I have how do I decide the forward direction of this again? I projected. Oh, this is what I was missing. Okay, yeah. And I was like, how does this involve the camera stuff? It uses this, which is no longer used. So this is just going to. So if I just have this just being the camera, be the camera, project the camera's direction along the floor that we're currently on. Or this, if we're in midair, then this becomes just universal ground, like universal, the ground normal being vector 3 to up. And then it looks, what is, what about rotation? Why am I forgetting, how do I project it on that plane. Turn that look rotation. It looks, I forget why this step is necessary. Wouldn't this not? Oh, sorry, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I read these as being the exact same thing, and I thought I was just rotating it twice. No, this is just purely calculating a vector. This is actually applying it. I'm the fool. It's fine. Okay, good. So this just needs to change to, we're gonna change it to just like, camera is like a variable, a name in Unity that's kind of a, main camera. Yeah, that's also, I don't love calling it that. Player camera, in case I have other cameras or something. I don't know. Or player camera forward. Well, I didn't want to do any of that, but okay. That, and then we'll just quickly drag and drop it. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere. That is currently maybe working. We'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so on the player, I just want to drag and drop. So you still, well, actually, that's. Do I even still want this player forward to be underneath? Well, I want to move with the player, and then, yeah, as for now, it might be. We'll see. And then main camera, you're gonna take that, and then yes. So to test that, currently, yep, this does what I'd expect it to. If I rotate this, oh, you're not gonna rotate manually, are you? I guess to test that, like, if I turn the camera, it will angle in the direction it should. I'm gonna temporarily put in a public float camera. Man, you know, oh man, type in the full names, it's fine. And this was what, 30, just, yeah. And, you know, because it's a public variable, distance, be more descriptive. It's fine, probably. So, camera, like, so angle also is not, let me rename that while I'm here. So we basically have not three, I mean, well, I might rotate on this, like, camera, I want to put horizontal angle, vertical angle, well, yeah, but this is some of the stuff that's going to potentially fall apart once slopes are involved, but, this is gonna be 0, and this is the thing we're gonna mess with in a second. I've also just realized an issue. If I want to mess with this currently turns based off the player on the ground, like the player's ground position. I almost think that. Well, no, this just turns based on, yeah, the player's right direction, yeah. No, we do this, but, you know, we do turn based on the, wait, where's the up direction? Hold on, camera, that's just the look position. I almost am unsure if it should be moving based on where that look position is, have that extra height beforehand. That's gonna kind of affect where it's orbiting around. We'll come back to that. Anyways. Vertical angle is being used there. Horizontal angle. Wait, do I want to just... I guess that is going to affect the camera direction. Do I want to then just do this? Is this how this works? It's not there. And that needs to turn based on player.up, I think. And then do I just... Do these... like, quaternions are complicated. I don't know if this adds together in the way that I think it does, but I guess how we're gonna figure that out is by testing it. Nothing immediately explodes, that's a good sign. Okay, well, I mean, technically, I might make this negative. I think that, you know, this should be the positive direction, this should be the negative direction, but other than that, I should also test these other numbers while I'm at it. Also, camera goes through floor, we'll get to having that not happen. That's just gonna be a simple raycast the amount that the camera distance is, and then, ooh, this I like. Well, I sort of like. The bit of polish that, like, it's kind of turning as it goes in is kind of cool. However, if we're raycasting into a wall for, like, zooming purposes, and then decide, like, oh, there's a wall in the way, you know, zoom in, is this the angle that I want if we're zooming in a lot? Or do I want to be, you know, more like, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's kind of extra, like, polished stuff that, I mean, if I can get the sort of angles that I want just by messing with these numbers. Well, I might have to mess with more of how they're applied, but like it might be the case that this distance might want to go based on the look height. Like the more I make this 0, I might want to be zooming in to where I'm looking at, and that might have better results, but I'm unsure. Oh, I didn't test that the direction was being, if I do this, okay, yeah, that does seem like it's working. Cool. I do want to real quick just, I guess player dot down. All right, that doesn't, just have like the angle be kind of negative. Yes. So actually, okay, let me just try. Can I quickly get it so that this distance is actually based off the camera look area? So if I calculate this first and then make camera position and have camera position be starting with camera look position and then something like that. I also thing I guess I could technically do that I probably should do is go private camera well, make these private variables up top. I don't know how much I'll care, like I don't necessarily need to do this, but rather than creating variables every frame that are then getting you know, remade, I think this is better practice kind of. I gotta make sure that, well, then I will reset these every frame. I don't know if there's any cases where I'm actually gonna care about, like, what was the camera position in the last frame versus what do we now calculate at this frame, and whether I'm gonna need those calculations for anything. For some super polished camera stuff, maybe, possibly. We'll see. Okay, player 4, camera lookup, right, this isn't gonna, right, these don't matter. I'm just, these can all be vector 3.0 default values, that's fine. I don't even need to really put values up here, but this is just, I think, good practice or whatever. Okay, technically camera direction being like a looking direction should probably never be vector 3.0, so I'm gonna go vector 3.forward technically is probably better, and even look position. No, this look position, that can be 0. Anyway, that's fine. I can put vector 3. That does not matter. This doesn't matter. It's just whatever. Okay. And then have this start as... Have the camera direction start being player forward. Have the look position start being player position, and then change the Y to... Well... Or then add the look height, and then... I'm actually going to separate these just to... They're kind of 3 separate things, I guess. I guess even this should be like... to whatever degree, like, some of these I need to wait on other calculations to do stuff with them, but actually I guess whatever I can group together, do that. And even this, I guess I can I'll get rid of some of the, combine some of these a little bit. For, these should be 2 different lines, probably. Well, I mean, I'll leave them being 2 separate lines for now. I mean, I could put times player forward in there, but nah, it's fine. Just to, yeah, do a bit of that, clean up, and then we do the position and the look at. I would eventually, it would probably be best that I make this a manual rotation equals look at whatever, because if I want to do any smoothing or what have you, but I guess I worry about that when it more becomes an actual issue. Would probably be the best thing. Okay, just to make sure everything's still working as it should. Oh yeah, no, this actually zooms in on there, which, like, I'm not super sold on that is what I want, but for now, it seems probably like it'd be good for less braking. Cool, this is off to a good start so far, but this was the stuff that wasn't gonna be that bad. The further we go, the more bad it gets, and mainly when we get to, oh, we do have turning on walls working, huh, okay, right, yes, sure. The player visual direction isn't working, and I forget why that was having problems. That might be stuff that might not be that bad to fix. I will look into that at some point. I kind of want to just focus on the camera first, though, for now, and then circle back to this later. Although it might affect, if I, as I said, I want, like, as you're moving to the side, have the camera start to turn that way, that might actually affect that, so I might have to be forced to deal with it sooner than later. We'll see. Anyways, but yeah, the fact that the camera does at least kind of turn this stuff. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, it does not like that at all. Oh, and now it kind of turned itself. Oh, right, because the player that it's following can get wrongly rotated, and that's a bit of an issue. Well, or is hit. So I remember. Okay, so right now the high up thing that is the player is meant to basically just face forward, and then the lower thing that is the unicycle pivot turns as it turns different directions. That had to do partially with how some stuff with the unicycle like leaned, or it used to lean, and I'd like to get it back to actually leaning eventually as more of a visual polish thing. But we'll get to that. That doesn't affect how it actually moves. I remember going back and forth a lot on whether I wanted this parent thing to be able to be the thing to turn, and then the unicycle pivot is either like forward or relatively 180 if we're moving backwards. I don't remember exactly. I don't remember all the ins and outs of why I wanted to do things one way or another, and what problems, the pros and cons of certain problems had, and how many of those problems were related directly to stuff with the camera. And now that the camera is different, some of those problems might not be as much of a problem anymore. I know it's definitely stuff I probably rambled about on stream a long while ago, but I'm almost tempted to temporarily jump into the player move code just enough to let it be this parent thing that turns based on the way the player is going, and have the unicycle pivot be either like going towards its relative 0 or 180. Then the camera stuff might become easier to work off of that. Okay, hold on. Let me just. Well, hold on. The visual stuff. So these player visuals. If I turn this off, then the player does this and doesn't turn, right? So I know that's a thing. So if I turn off player visuals and then just have hold on. Right, because then this doesn't turn. But I also don't have any of these rotation. Well, I have. That's the funky thing. I have them locked, and yet this stuff makes it turn anyways through just how some of the funkiness with that works. But like that's less of an issue if it's like that turning based on the direction that the player is going is kind of handled from this, which then makes it less of a visual thing. Well, like it should be handled here rather than that visual code should be just about the 180 stuff. Okay, so how would I then do that? Well, oh gosh, this code be long and complicated, and then I gotta deal with. So okay, get input, move is hold on. Then even this input forward. No, well, it turns based on the camera and stuff. I'm almost wondering, like, I'm wondering less and less that like whether this should be a physical object anymore, and whether or not this should just be a thing set up by the camera and then figured out like that. If I temporarily, actually, can I basically now get rid of it and find the code that uses it and get it to just directly reference well, I have this input direction is just a pure vector that takes the player's camera and flattens it. Or I think I had to transform just to then have this look direction. If I want to not have that, well, okay, hold on here. Why is, if I take this vector, project on plane, if this vector that's going towards the camera, and I flatten it against the ground, would this not already be facing the exact direction that I want, and then I can just use this? Or am I mistaken on that? Well, then this doesn't have well, I mean, this dot forward should be this. In theory, these should be identical, I think. But then I don't have an easy right direction unless I do additional cross product stuff. Can I can make a private transform, right? But I don't know if that's even worth doing. If I go, you know, input direction equals, or input forward equals all this. Well, or just make that, and then input forward equals this, and yeah, you're already defined up here, unless I have a so this is almost, okay, at this point, it's almost the same thing. It's basically the same thing as if I just had this input forward as an empty game object on like a parent. It's not under anything, but oh, and then why can you not, oh, just equals new temporarily, well, yeah, see, then if I do, wait, what do you actually need? Just a so this, I don't know if I can actually even, I don't know if I can actually have a local transform thing. What is your problem? What do you turn around and successful dude is what do you need for, oh, just new? Wait, what? No. You can I not hold on. Okay, so maybe there's a way of doing this that I'm just unfamiliar with, or maybe like this is not how this is meant to be done. If I want to do this kind of thing, I need to have it be on an actual game object that's doing this. But if the parent player is rotating, hold on. So can I not? Am I just? I feel like I'm missing something that's not. Hold on, Unity, like. Can I make an, you can't have a transform without a game object. Transform is a component that's attached to a game object. Yeah. So I can make, oh, I can make a new game object, but is that even worth doing? Well, okay, I mean, if the only reason that I'm doing this, hypothetically right now, is just to have this right direction, I guess I would just calculate that manually, would be the way to do it. So I shouldn't need this line. Instead, the input direction, right, and that's gonna be like, cross, do good old cross product with the direction and not vector 3 dot up, but oh, just the ground normal, right? That being the relative up direction, I think, something along those lines. Yeah, and then stick you there and you there, and then that might have the same behavior, and then I don't need that actual game object to care about. Possibly. Just possibly, I mean, clean things up, one less thing under the player, I guess. Oh god, okay, it's backwards, that's a great sign. Cross product is a thing. So like, cross product in how it, like, what direction the thing is. I either make this negative, or I think I can swap, like, I can actually, like, which one you start with affects which way the thing is gonna go, I believe. And I'm just like, okay, what is actually gonna be the slightly better way to do this? I think you go swap these, and then it's gonna go the way that I want. Yeah, alright. Right? Yes, okay, cool. So that did that, and now if I turn the camera based on this stuff, I should go in that direction, yeah? So that's, well, thing number one, and the player ain't freaking out up here at the moment. But, like, by doing that, I am now more free to get rid of this, and then turn the parent player through code and have that not be a massive issue. So I got moving code, aligned to ground, falling. Oh, right, that's a whole, oh god, right, okay. Thing, I've just realized, well, actually, let me double check. The current ground turning code is that, oh god, who's the parent that does that? Right. Forgot about that. That might have been part of why I didn't do this initially, is that this parent player game object has the code that angles it to slopes. If I then want to turn it based on like its velocity or whatever, okay. Getting that stuff to work well together might be tricky. How, or like, okay. So, Well, okay, well, what if for now, actually, if the way we should be turned is basically, I could base it either on input direction or on velocity, as long as velocity isn't, as long as we aren't stopped, and if we're stopped, then go off of what we had before. Maybe is this not, this actually might have been some code that literally, I think this is, what I'm about to describe is I think stuff I had in here and then turned off at one point. Because it was having issues with like that input forward and stuff like that. This is what I think it is. Oh, well, hold on. We're gonna. What's your problem? There's another. Oh boy. Hold on. Let me just double check that. So this aligned to ground code. If we're on the ground. If we're not on the ground, it does other stuff. That's fine. If we are on the ground, then it. The rotation that we're calculating from to rotation. This creates rotation that goes between our current up direction and the ground normal. And you multiply it by a rotation because that's apparently just a thing you do with how Quaternions do stuff. Then you take that rotation and then you... oh, right. We don't immediately... See, actually, this is the thing. I don't know if it should be this way. Is that we do have some amount of smoothing on becoming the rotation that we want. And I don't know if this should be more fixed to have it be smooth. Like, I mean, smooth in terms of... Hey, also, by the way, there's that slurp function that is one of my redeems. Slurp for me drinking water. So, hey, it showed up again. It's real. A real function. I did not just make it up. So, what was I saying? So this, to smooth out the turning, I don't know if it should be fixed for the sake of perfectly sticking to whatever ground we're on and not having issues with not turning fast enough, but this is gonna be something I come back to. We'll leave it as is for the moment. So then, if we are moving at all, basically, then, I've just realized that doing this by velocity might have the unintended consequence, or will have the unintended consequence if we're on, like, a moving bit of wall. Let's say, hypothetically, we're on some kind of magnet wall, and we're moving back and forth. We'll turn based on how the platform is moving, which, might not be what we want. Unless, right now we don't have anything that really moves, but if we do that, then this then just needs to be some kind of relative velocity, so that might be fine. So that's why doing it based on input direction might be better. But for, like, this will be good enough as, like, a test to conceptually see if this is going to work. And we can come back to it. Forward on ground, I then project on plane, our current velocity, and then our current, what's even then this? I don't know if this would actually be better being our current, like, input. Maybe, I don't know. Come back to it. Or we'll see how it works as it currently is. Project our current velocity onto the ground, making sure it's perfectly flattened so it can move slightly off or slightly into the ground or whatever. Normalize it, yeah, just to be a forward direction. And then, why do I... Oh, making sure that this way we calculate it isn't like 0, because look rotation does not like if this is 0. So it's just like a double kind of redundancy check thing. Or I guess it would solve the case of if the velocity is like perfectly parallel to the ground, which I guess could hypothetically happen. Then ground aligned forward rotation. Geez, that's, yeah. It's long, but it's descriptive. Haven't looked at this code in months, and I'm looking back at it and remembering what it did, so that's good. Don't need comments when you have variable names this long. Look rotation, forward on ground, forward on the ground there, and then... look in that direction and then go up based on that. Sure. Then we have this target rotation that doesn't like that. Do I need... I don't know I had, Oh, because I commented out this code, that's why this is funky together. These don't work well together. Yeah, okay. Wait, are these just the same? After calculating that? Yeah. So we're just gonna do this. This has a higher number, but I'm gonna let that be the case. It's fine. And then, even target rotation. I just want this then, right? So actually, I uncommented this code and just wanted to comment that, and then those fix themselves. Okay. And then this is stuff if we are... Why do I have this? If we are on the ground... Oh boy. Hold on. Otherwise, if we are in the air and we have a lot of velocity, do this. Otherwise, do this. This actually might be something I don't want to do. Well, that's actually, this is a bit... This might be a thing that's a little bit funky to... In some stuff. I'll come back to that. Let me just see how this is currently working. Oh! Well, like... I mean, technically, that's like kind of what we want. Oh, camera always wanting to go up. Yes, that's the thing that is gonna need to be figured out. Okay, yeah. And then as we stop, it's gonna keep, yeah. Ooh, that's quite a hard, it's turning and then this is not very fast. That is a funky situation. But I mean, technically, yeah, the camera is turning based on player, and player is turning based on where they're going. Which means the going backwards is going to temporarily not work, but we'll come back to that. As I said, I might change that turning backwards thing. Actually, wait, if I do this, I'm just curious what well, no, the turning backwards isn't going to work. I'm going to be able to really easily test it. Never mind. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Oh boy. Okay, so just like how do I want to then handle this? So the player actually turning should be smooth in theory. Well, yeah. Well, obviously the camera shouldn't turn this snappy. That's an obvious thing. I'm just trying to think of the specific details of obviously this isn't great. How specifically what is the next stage of improvement and how we're gonna have it happen in a way that's actually gonna work properly. Okay, before anything, okay, the calculations that I do here on if we are on the ground and we have some amount of velocity, then we're projecting based on our velocity. I mean, should this be based on inputs? I mean, that would make that as soon as we touch a direction that we're snapping in that direction, kind of. And then as we come to a stop, then we wouldn't do that weird, turning around kind of thing. But, well, okay, no, but counterpoint. If, let's say we have wind in the level or something, or we're on a slope when we actually have gravity mattering more, and we're going down that slope, and we're not pressing any buttons, then we should be going in that direction. So it should be more based on our velocity than our input, I think. But in some games, you can have it be if you're trying to run up a slope, but you're, it's too steep or whatever, you could be running at the slope but still moving down. And that's a case where input kind of triumphs over velocity. And let's say if we hypothetically had a wind tunnel of some kind, wind is pushing on you, it's pushing you this way. If you're moving this way, yeah, I guess you'd want the unicycle to be looking like you're trying to pedal against the wind, but you're still sliding that way. So maybe actually I could have it be more if you're pressing buttons, use the input. If you're not pressing any buttons, then use velocity, having it be conditional like that. And rather than having this statement here, I feel like I want instead more of like a private, like, look direction that then that gets calculated and then other things use it. So if I were to set up some kind of, and technically this is a visual thing, but, well, sort of. Private, vector 3, look direction. Direction equals, well, I'm gonna go vector 3 dot, and if this is our look direction, it should never be 0. So then, like, if we stop moving it and we have no velocity, it should still kind of face wherever it was facing before. Close enough to it. So, oh boy, yes, this is kind of stuff. It's like, the more polished we want this to be, the more complicated it's gonna get. So when should look direction be calculated? I almost think, well, down here when I'm calculating this stuff, I want to leave these being private variables. I've also, now that, actually, this is maybe not as necessary, now that, hold on, yeah. Actually, rename this forward. I don't need these as separate variables. These, yeah, so I can get rid of these, and that's fine. Because things changed. Okay, so... I guess after I calculate the input, I guess I'll be going off of the velocity of last frame, which might be fine, though. New direction. Oh, right. Wait. That's based on our input. I guess this is just... and then I do extra bonuses on that desired. So right, desired direction is different than. Oh, right, my whole momentum system. Right. I have to pull that into the equation. If we are by input moving fast in a direction, and then we have momentum in that direction, and then suddenly I decide to, from holding A, hold D. We shouldn't immediately, I mean, it'd be kind of cool maybe to immediately swivel around and be going in this direction as we kind of slow down and then start going in that direction. That might actually look cooler. We'll try it going off of new direction at, if it's greater than when we normalize it, at this point, I think. We'll try going over here. So I'm gonna make the thing here. Look rotation. Look direction is gonna equal new direction at this point before new direction gets additional calculations, and then this is gonna be a thing that other things get to use. Do I need a look direction forward and right? We're gonna no. For now, hopefully not. Okay. So now other things. So align to ground is going to conditionally decide that it's going to use it's going to conditionally decide either it uses the velocity or it doesn't. So that's going to be based on if there's input or not. So if look direction is, well, I guess if there's a tiny bit of input, like if you're slightly pressing on the controller direction, I guess that should apply. So only if it's perfect 0, equals vector 3.0, then use velocity. Well, actually, okay, if I'm going to take the common case, it's more common that there will be input. So if look direction has any amount of input, then basically use this, but using look direction. Otherwise, this whole thing. So I guess I should actually just to have less repeated code. Direction to use, and then direction to use equals look direction, else it's gonna be velocity. Oops. And then, yeah, it's gonna decide one of those, and then direction to use gonna go in here. Anywhere else that it should be in around here? Velocity. Oh wait, and no, this should not then have this test. Actually, I guess I could, else if we have some amount of speed that I might even increase how low this is. We'll see. I'll figure that out. I mean, I'm gonna move a 0 on that. If we're moving pretty slow, then just stay whatever direction that we were moving. Otherwise, actually, I'm just gonna return early, I think, because then none of this should happen. Which, I don't know if that's the best way of doing that, but whatever. And I can get rid of this. But this is like, well, kind of a rare case. It is if we're not moving, but I don't know how. I mean, commonly in a level, we're going to be moving pretty constantly, but whatever. Anyways. Okay. Then Forward on Ground uses this stuff, and then making sure that, well, this is making sure that once we calculate, like, what is our forward direction based on this stuff, that, like, if these weren't 0, this, in theory, shouldn't be, but this is just an extra, like, fail-safe, just in case. In fact, this might be better, like, I could test this as being, like, perfect vector theta on 0, but for now, that's fine. Then the aligned to ground forward is then look rotation based on blarg and blarg. And then rotation is just, wait, why is this just this now? Whoa, wait a minute. Did this have other calculations before? It did, didn't it? Because this is obviously just a wasted line that doesn't need to be there. I mean, target rotation is like, we'll go with the longer name. Yeah, okay. And then have the rotation turn towards that. I really almost want to just make it exact, but actually, let me temporarily try just making it exact. Which, well, okay, so that might be its own problem, though, because the aligning towards the ground I think should be instant, but the aligning toward, oh god, okay, well, I can see that that's having issues. Right, yes, because the camera is being hard locked behind the player, and that needs to not happen. We'll get to that. But how does turning on slopes currently behave? I mean, I do notice a lot of jitter, and that might be why I had the smoothing involved, even on slopes. But either way, the amount of smoothing on angling to slopes is probably going to be different than the smoothing on turning for inputs, which having those be separate is gonna be a bit of an issue, I think. So let's first just bring back that. And I can remember why I wanted it, I think. So turning, we want to go slow, but not that slow. Well, forward on ground, direction to use. So this, well, like that, yeah, that's hard to separate, right? Because, oh boy, we calculate our forward on ground based on how would I do that? That's funky. I don't see an immediate good way to do that. So maybe I hold off on that for now, and I circle back around to it. Let me just see with having that smoothing there. Is that? Oh, I mean, okay, so that it already is technically a little bit better, but is the? Yeah, maybe it's fine for now. If it's fine for now, it is something I can potentially come back to. I mean, obviously, a lot of this is very much not fine for now. It is work in progress after all. I do see that's slowing down as gravity starts to kick in. This like slight turning down, and then it just hard stops. And I don't love that, but maybe that'll be less obvious when the next thing we should do is have the camera not hard be behind the player like this. Yeah. Now that this parent player has all this stuff handled, that hopefully will make things good for now having the camera work off of that. We have this horizontal angle. That's a hard thing that can be set for that. So now I want to... Now I can finally get to the thing that I mentioned before is a thing I've never done with camera controls. That is a thing that a lot of 3D platform characters things have that I don't know the best way to actually do with this setup, but it should be easier with this setup than with the camera pivot I had before, is that if I turn off... Look, it is turning off the following, but, you know, if we move this way, the camera should follow along and then slowly turn towards the back of the player. Which either means that then this angle needs to... Oh. When the player moves to the side, this horizontal angle needs to, like, add based on... You know, needs to, like, add on itself as the player turns, but then also have some code that it eventually, like, slowly decreases itself, but only as the player moves, because when a player is not moving, the camera wouldn't be turning. So somehow only when the player is in motion? Ooh, it's like, yeah, that gets funky. So, or, like, okay, so this idea of, like, adding to this horizontal angle when the player turns and then having to slowly decrease it seems not great. That this should be, you know, 0. It should slowly be trying to get to here by adding onto the horizontal angle to match whatever it thinks it should be. Yikes. Yeah, this is a thing that's, like, funky that I'm not sure about. And there's there's a few potential ways I can try to conceivably go about it. Yeah. I could, while I'm thinking about it, just get, like, normal mouse camera turning up and running. Although I might want to be able to, like, have a quick way, like, some variables to, like, disable. It's like the one thing of having a lot of this in one script. I can't just disable, like, bits and pieces necessarily. But, anyways. What time is it? It's 10:50, where we can go for a bit longer, so that'd be good. I'm gonna... yeah. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and when I come back, we'll see if I, have an amazing solution for this. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. All right, I am back. I might do a thing to help help figure the. I'll do some experimenting to potentially be able to figure this out. We're gonna see if this is gonna have problems. I've not opened this in a while. This is an emulator. Oh no, I have a PS2 emulator, and I want to double check like what games I happen to have ready. I do have an emulator thing of Ratchet and Clank that I don't know if I've ever actually run. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I'm thinking I might just launch this. Oh no, is this gonna be super loud? Oh, I hope not. Brace your ears. I hope that this is not. I don't need to. Yeah, I don't need to care about audio this. I'm just gonna also use the volume mixer and just mute it right now. I might like this might be helpful for me to just like mess around to just like have a rough idea of more tinkering than I can get from just a video. Do I have? Oh, do I even have? I don't actually know if I have any input stuff set up. Oh, I do on controller. So I don't even need to like. Okay, I have this is gonna be a new game, but from the. Oh, no, do I have to open a cutscene? Oh. I know that right at the beginning of game, I can just walk around and figure this out. Yes, I can. Okay, just gonna quickly go through this, and I'm gonna do a tiny bit of experimenting to see any of like. I don't know, just try to get an idea of how I can do what it is I want to do. And I will probably potentially continue to do more. I guess I can full screen this temporarily. We're not doing a full Ratchet and Clank playthrough right here, right now. It is very pixely. I don't know if I just don't have stuff set up properly, but like, you do not care about the nitty-gritty of emulator potential problems right here, right now. I just want to, like, and I don't know if this is the best game I want to use as an example for this behavior, but there is to some degree, if I'm moving left and right, like, without any, like, I can, obviously move camera with, with the control stick, but if I'm not moving the camera manually, I can move left and right, and effectively, if I had enough space, I would walk in a big circle. And that's the behavior that I want to do, that a lot of games do. And even, like, if I'm looking at how Ratchet rotates based on the direction that he's going in. First of all, there's this lean that, like, I haven't even, like, cared to consider leaning at all just yet. Like, we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. But in terms of if I'm moving and I turn around, like, I mean, turning around is pretty instant. It's not exactly the frame I press right that he's facing right. But there's definitely some smoothness involved in that. And there's extra, like, camera stuff that is going on when I go up and down slopes. I do see that. I like the fact that when I jump here, the camera doesn't go up, but when I go on a slope, then it does. But that's, again, extra stuff. I want that degree of polish for different reasons. Like, we can get there when we get there, but it's kind of like, one thing at a time. Okay, also, actually, I'm curious, running towards the camera, does that, oh, it does angle good for walls. Some games, if you run at the camera, it will turn around. This game doesn't do that. It's only when you move to the side. I'm deciding whether I care about that. What would I rather go for? If you're running at the camera, do I want the camera to whip around? I think for my game, I do. It doesn't have to whip around fast, but I know some games would kind of like, if you're moving towards the camera, well, as long as you're holding down, then effectively you'll be moving in a circle like this, kind of. Which I think, I don't know how much I want, but it might be easier to have it, this turning thing be applying all the time. If I stop, the camera doesn't turn, right? Yeah. So it would also, I want it to be conditional on moving, but moving to the side turns the camera. I mean, okay, so, well, okay, maybe I'm going about, part of what I'm doing I might be going about wrong. Hold on. I currently have that the camera, like, this horizontal angle being 0 means being behind the player, and when you're moving, it wants to become 0. Maybe that's not the way that I should be going about this. Maybe, right now it rotates based on, so it starts based on the player's position, and yeah, camera direction starts with player.forward. If I hypothetically, well, okay, slope, yeah, that's the whole other thing, right? Like, this whole thing, like everything happens in this game with the addition of slopes. And this game technically does do some slope stuff when you're on like magnet walls. Which I'm not gonna like speed run through Ratchet and Clank right here, right now, just to get to one of those levels that are kind of late game, just so I can experiment more with the magnet wall stuff and how the camera behaves there. Maybe I'll do that off stream, but not right now. If I just use this as, I just get it forward. This is something that might short-term work, but as soon as slopes get involved, it might break. But maybe it's worth just messing around with getting this kind of system to work on flat ground at all, and then I can reassess, okay, how can I tweak this for slopes? Maybe that is worth doing. Oh, hold on, let me turn this off. So, why is that a thing? Whoa, what the heck? Why is that affecting it? Why is the way the player turns shouldn't affect vertical angle until we're on slopes and stuff, which it doesn't even do. All right, so okay, before we deal with that issue, vector the dot forward, angle it based on, is player dot right and player dot up? None of these shouldn't be changing. Huh. But like, I need some of this stuff. I can't have this be all universal. I need some of this stuff for when the player is on slopes and stuff. Why is vertical angle? Why is... Okay, first thing I should do before I make assumptions that are potentially wrong, make sure that the code that I think is the problem is actually the problem, which it is. Okay. I want to make sure that disabling that didn't somehow suddenly make it work. Weird. Okay. So, So, why would this have an issue? Player.right. Player.right shouldn't be it is changing when we're turning. Because it's based on the player turning. Right. Player.right might not be a thing I can use. Or can it? And when this is 0, this shouldn't be doing any turning, to my understanding. Let me double check that that's the case. That maybe like the problem isn't some weird compound turning issue. So when the player turns, player right now it's turning based on that axis, and now it's not turning at all. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, I understand now why these directions are causing these issues. But now that's funkier to solve because, well, so, okay, well, for this to turn correctly based on where the player is facing, okay, that more sounds like I need this to be based to start based on player.forward, and then this horizontal angle needs to be added after, which is funky to get that to happen. If I turn this way, the math works out better to then add that. And then when as we're moving, it's trying to get to 0. Like that seems clunkier. The getting to 0 part sounds not that bad. I mean, I can, to do part of this, so I can conditionally, in a minute, I can get it to conditionally only happen when we turn, or like only when we're moving. But for now, if I just wanted to get it to happen every frame, I guess it needs to happen up here. So camera, camera horizontal angle, like minus equals, or actually, well, I wanted to get toward, it could be negative or positive. Actually, now I gotta figure out the rate that it should go down in. So it's gonna need some basically rate that it's going up when we're turning, and then a rate that it's going down. And once we've hit enough speed, or, gosh, well, like it eventually needs to, get to this equilibrium where, how do I, this, I have you paused. I paused you somehow. Oh, nope, I don't care about any of this. I'm testing camera stuff. Let me just quickly kill these enemies just so I can walk around here and not die. Okay, so like, so also, okay, so it kind of looks almost like this camera turns at a consistent rate. So it's like if we're holding left, oh no, no, it does seem based on the speed a bit. But like going, I mean, right, because in this case, the forward and back don't really turn the camera to the same degree. It is based on just speed left relative to camera and speed right relative to the camera that it decides to go up. And this would be a velocity thing. If we're on a, well, actually, ooh, okay, that's a question. If we're on a moving platform, hypothetically, and the moving platform is moving to the side, would I want the camera to turn that way? I kind of do, I think. I kind of like the idea of that happening, in theory. Well, or maybe that would actually be an annoyance. If you're, like, looking at something... Actually, yeah. If you have a moving platform moving towards the screen, it's going to try to flip around. If you want to look at something that, like... Moving platform moving away from something, then maybe that would actually be an issue. So maybe it would have to be maybe relative to... moving platform, or possibly. But maybe we deal with that when we do anything with moving platforms, I guess. But I have to think of some of these edge cases now, though, because if I don't, then it could really throw me off guard later, and then a bunch of things break, and I have to rewrite an entire system just for one little mechanic. Potentially. So for now, we won't worry about it, and we'll come back to it. Okay, so... oh, but I was gonna say, like, so the speed of this, should it be linear or, like, some kind of multiplying kind of thing? In terms of, well, okay. The idea, though, it's like if we're moving left or right relative to the camera, or anything other than forward, if we're moving in a direction that's not the direction that the camera is currently facing, then the greater that angle, have this thing go up more? I don't know if that's the way I should be doing that, though. Or I could just directly, I mean, if I wanted to focus on left or right, I could directly read in inputs of, you know, left. Well, no, I want this to work on a you know, joystick as well. So I can't just directly just hard code it left, right, up, down. I want the diagonals to all function as they should. I could just read in though, like the left, right input, and then just add to this based on how high they are. But then, like moving forward and backwards gets a little bit tricky. Like that's one case where I want to deviate from Ratchet and Clank. I think I want forward and backwards to swirl around as well, but so okay, I need basically, like in short, I need some function that's going to be adding to this, or it could be adding in the negative direction, but just in terms of distance from the player, some function that's going to be adding to this based on if we are moving, then we need to add so that the camera, well, wow, like adding in some way where the camera stays, because I need to basically, you know, if, well, yeah, how is that going to work? Actually, that's going to be, if I spin in a circle, obviously the camera here is not moving, of course. If I want the camera to sit where it currently is, I need to add onto that horizontal number the exact amount for the camera to look like it's staying still. And that doesn't seem like the best way to go about it, but the alternative is that then finding what the number needs to go to and like rotating the camera based on the player being on slopes. It's, yeah, affected by the back of the player. But you know, the player's forward direction, it messes up those calculations. So ideally, I do find a way to get this to work where I just can know the exact number that I need to add. So I can run in a circle like this and have the camera, I mean, it is turning a little bit, but it's not breaking in some massive way. So how would I possibly know what number that needs to be. And either I can hard set the number, then I feel like that's gonna be that's gonna overwrite then the subtracting based on moving a lot. Oh boy, this is tricky, and like so many games do this, and I don't know how they do it. And of course, I can't tear apart the source code of how all this works. Like, a tricky thing, like, when you look at a lot of the behind-the-scenes of different games, like, usually you see, like, oh, here's environments and, like, enemies and stuff like that. Or, yo, here's the models of different guns that we made or whatever. You don't often see, here's how we made the camera work, and here's how the player jumps, unless it's, like, a beginner tutorial kind of thing. Which, what I'm doing feels very, like, outside the scope of, and especially the additional stuff involved with that the player goes on slopes and upside down. Like, that extra complicates things. It makes it harder, like, that this can't just start at vector 3.forward and then change. Which is why at some point I wanted to have like 2 pivots, like the player having a sort of slope pivot that faces forward, and then the angle that is their forward, like the way they're actually facing on top of that. But then that introduced a lot of extra complications when the player goes from being on a wall or upside down to then being in midair and needing to spin right side up. Having those extra layers, that makes that problematic, and having extra layers on the camera makes that problematic. So ideally, this 1-layer system for both of them works better. But then, gosh, this is, yeah, okay, like, unless, so, okay, hold on. Do I maybe need to, well, thinking, well, no, okay, well, what if I could, now, I was trying to think if I could calculate on the camera, like, having the camera be a universal thing, right? So, like, if this was based on vector 3.forward, like, if I had this, and like, if I calculated the vertical angle and the horizontal angle, like, differently, like, the vertical angle is somehow based on, like, where the player is and whatever the player angle is, but then the horizontal is based on universal, like, forward. Or let's say that the vertical one was turning fine. In fact, I can make this 0 to temporarily, like, it's not correct, but just so it's not all breaking all around the place. And then this is just this 180 thing. And then it's just, but then and then I can calculate whatever angle based on forward relative to what way the player's facing, and then that's the number that it wants to be, and then do stuff with that potentially. So then, like, running in circle doesn't change much. But then slopes. Ooh, that's funky. Like, slopes just mess with that so much. So then having this number, having this flattened thing that's not based on, like, it needs to be, you know, flattened to the player somehow, but having it turned the right ways. Like, this is coming back to a lot of the problems that I was initially having of why this whole system was being so tricky in the first place. Oh boy. It's like, how do I solve this barrier? Oh, that's funky. And this, then I can't go up. Yeah, like this. Oh, yeah. Oh wow, I'm stuck. I can't move any direction. Okay, that's great. Funky, interesting. So, I feel like it is essentially mandatory for other parts of this camera to work, that this starts based on the player's forward, and then somehow I just gotta, like, I guess, okay, relative to the player, like, the number, you know, between 0 and 180 to be, you know, perfectly around them, or, you know, 360 to be a full circle. If I can just calculate on the player how much they turned relative to last frame, and maybe that's the number that I can just add in, or something, or, right, okay, the slopes make this so much more complicated because I can't. If you're on flat ground, I can just have vector 3 dot forward and measure the angle to that. When we're sideways, there's no easy like forward direction for when we're on this kind of wall, on this wall, on this wall, and upside down, and all of the different ways. There's no easy forward direction. Where then sometimes if you're on a wall like this, if I want like, if I say, this way is the forward direction that I'm going off of, maybe that works here, and it works here, and it works here, but it doesn't work when you're on a parallel wall like this. I need something that works in all degrees. And like, yeah, this is just a tricky issue that like sounds on paper like it shouldn't be that bad, and yet in practice it's very funky. It's possible there's just some fundamental thing I'm not thinking of that would be this massive, like, oh, obvious solution, wow, crazy. Well, like, okay, usually when I'm trying to debug problems like this, it can help to try to break down the problem into more, like, sub-chunks and solve them one by one. Currently, like, there's the issue of the adding and then the subtracting trying to go towards 0. The going towards 0 sounds like the easier part of the equation. It's just the... I mean, like, well, the adding to get to whatever number needs to be is a whole separate thing on top of just hard setting it to a number. But maybe I start by just... Okay, like maybe I do just start by getting the system working on flat ground, and then getting to work on flat ground with the assumption that this basically doesn't change, this starts based on player.forward, and then hope after that, then I can get to work on, we see what additional problems do actually happen with slopes and stuff. So, camera horizontal angle. If I want to then, on ground, as a starting place, say, this is going to always face forward, no matter how much the player spins in a circle, calculate the exact number that this should be, which then means that this number will currently be represented by the distance between vector 3 dot forward and the player's current facing angle. So, if I'm to calculate that angle directly, I can go quaternion dot angle. What's the, is it vector 3 dot angle? That is like two directions, and angle between is deprecated, right? This is, yeah. And do I want side angle? I don't think so. No. So the angle between universal vector 3 dot forward, that's not going to work long term for slopes, but we'll figure something out, hopefully. And player dot forward. Just as a starting point, if this equals this, and then this still goes into this might work. No, okay. The correct behavior is that this is always facing forward, so that's not happening. I do see the number down there is changing, and that's fascinating and all. Wait. Well, wait a minute. I can move all this way, it's fine. As soon as I move left, it breaks? What the heck? I'm sorry? What? I have questions. Hold on. Let me start by commenting out this line so the camera's not going to actually turn, and just get a read on what these numbers are. Here, I'm also going to, make it so I can actually see this better all the time. Wait, that was supposed to, no, that makes sense on why I was doing that, right? Well, okay. When I'm facing, actually, this would be, controller might be easier to, fine tune. Oh, well, kind of. If I'm facing forward, this is basically 1. Oh, wow, okay, so yeah, this is like, why? Yeah, that is. Well, that shouldn't be happening. Oh no. Not exactly sure. Wait, why is that even allowed to happen? I don't actually know if that's like controller, like actually like dead zone input or something, or if that's actually just like some broken code. But we'll come back to that. What I wanted to test was facing this way is. Oh, wait, the number's always being positive? I thought what? Oh, that's the problem, is that way is being positive and that way is being positive. I thought, because I didn't have it be assigned angle, that it was gonna... What? Oh, wait, no, sorry, no. No, the default is unsigned. Signed is what I want. Right, never mind. Yeah, okay, I flipped them in my head. So then the axis of this being vector 3 dot... okay, all right, that combined with uncommenting discode. Maybe, possibly. Oh, okay. Okay, that is a start. That is a start. Why is the camera so high up? It wasn't at this high of an angle before, right? Oh, that's because the extra height, the distance of the camera is going up to and then out 8 rather than out 8 and then looking at the up to, which technically, which would then mean that I want this at a flatter angle, technically. It's not super important, but just a thing I noticed that might as well just fix now. So 15 for now. They don't have the exact perfect numbers, but yeah, anyway. Okay, so this is actually a starting point. So actually we do sort of have that number doing like almost what it should. So now I said like the number is going to subtract based on if you move, but for now I'm going to have it just be running all the time. So in theory, if I'm facing this way, what I want the code to do... oh, I'm not gonna be able to see it. Right, because the code is gonna be... to be able to just quickly mess with the thing that I wanted to demonstrate. Public, bool, just quickly that add to that, which is going to be true, and then just quickly dump that in there if this yeah, okay. Blah. There's one thing that's a little bit like that I can't with the camera pivot. I could kind of move the camera around on its swiveling axis in you know, when play mode is paused or whatever, but like that's a sacrifice that I'm having to make. So if I do this, basically, and I turn this off, so now I should be able to, yeah. I basically now want code that will be conditional based on whether we're moving, but for now it'll be happening all the time. This number should slowly become 0. And I don't know whether it should be linear or lerped, or but for now we'll start with it being linear, and if we need to scale it, then that's fine. It is a thing we can do later. So now I basically, well, okay, so this is a thing that's a bit of an issue. I want then some code to basically always be running now that whatever number this is, it should always be trying to get to 0. Is it? Oh, wait. If some situation happens where somehow it gets rotated around multiple times, it trying to get to 0 is going to be, you know, not what it should be. So this should, you know, be 360ified. Like it should properly, like if it wants to go to here, then do that. Like have this be 0, which, although, well, maybe I should have some stuff happen internally that if this is ever greater than or less than 180, just do that subtraction internally. Like I would need to do that internally for the math, but do it so that the actual like number that is here shows that probably. Before we go any further, let's just do that. It'll just make things easier. So calculate horizontal angle there, and before we even do this calculation, go if equals, I don't want to clamp it. Is there an easy mathf.module? I can manually do the math of like if it's greater than 180, then like keep subtracting. If it's less than 180, keep adding to it. I believe there's some built-in way. Surely there's some built-in helper function to be like make this. Even if it's like either it clamps between 0 and 360, or if it clamps between negative 180 and positive. Ideally, I want it to clamp between negative 180 and positive 180. I'm sure there's some built-in way. I think I could use a modulo operator possibly, but Unity clamp. Sorry, clamp is not the right word, but it hopefully should. Give me a starting point of what I want. So how is... No, I don't want to actually clamp it like that, as in hard lock between... okay, yeah, clamp is definitely the wrong word. Keep rotation around 360, something like that. Around over... rotate around is not the built-in function that I want. I want some math. Or even some quaternion. Like, I can do this manually. I feel like this is a common enough situation that I'm pretty sure that there's some built-in function to do this for me. Like, I don't have to manually calculate a dot product or whatever. Oh boy. I can do this manually, but I feel like I'm just not Googling the right stuff here. Hold on. No, something like... delta angle, that's just the... I mean, distance between two angles. I mean, I guess, like, technically... I mean, like... Well, then, no, but then that won't be negative. I mean, I could be like, oh, if it was negative before, make it negative again. Well, no, but, no, that won't... Hold on. I could... Oh boy. Why is this being so tricky? Oh hey, Plum Darnell 44. Hello, hi, hey. Welcome to the stream. My stream title has been inaccurate for the last while, but we might be editing soonish, so I'm not gonna bother correcting it. It's fine. I don't like changing the title mid stream too often because that messes with the VODs. We were programming, well, very beginning of the stream was making that counter down there that can do this and this, making that functional. That didn't take that long, so now we are back in a game that I was working on before, months ago, that I kind of stopped working on for a bit because it ran into some really tricky programming problems, and I wanted to take a crack at today trying to solve some of them. That's involving recreating... like remaking from scratch, pretty much, the camera that follows my player and whatnot, and even changing stuff on the player so that the camera works as it should. But yeah, cool. I've been working on geometry dash level. Oh yeah, okay, cool, very neat. Yeah, I've played some Geometry Dash myself back in the day. It has gotten way more intense and complicated than I could thought that I would, or it's gotten crazy complicated is what I'm trying to say. And the types of levels that can be made in it that do not even look like they resemble Geometry Dash, which is insane, but very cool. Basically, catch the fruit kind of. Oh, that's great. I'm gonna go back and forward and try to catch 50 fruit, make it go faster every 50 fruits. See, like, that's what I'm talking about. That does not sound like normal Geometry Dash, but, you know, okay, sure. Geometry Dash is gonna be its own game engine soon enough. Alright, that's great. Love that. Like in the 2x2 update, they added a platformer mode, making it play like other platformers. It already is! Oh no! Why? How and why and... yeah, okay, sure. I don't even know how I cannot comprehend, but... like, okay, sure. I don't even like, does it still... is it just funky camera stuff where, like, you have a bunch of stuff on screen that are doing stuff, but you still have the cube in the background that's just effectively off-screen but interacting with things that's making the stuff that you want to happen on screen happen? Is it still kind of work under that kind of a system? Or can you just not even have a cube player in your level and just... like some dude made an entire programming language for Geometry Dash. Oh no! Oh no! Is it Turing complete? Is that the right word? Turing Is that the like two systems to be able to be like mathematical systems to be like equal? Turing complete, I think, is the word that's used for that. I might be slightly mistaken, but anyway. The Geometry Dash has triggers like move triggers and pulse triggers. You usually hide the cube off screen. Yeah, wow, just. But it's always moving, and then you just, yeah, okay. Somehow that can make sense. I trust that that's plausible. Oh my, that is yeah, crazy, insanity. But alrighty, interesting. Okay, so what I'm in the middle of doing is trying to do what should be simple rotational math that I can do manually. I was just looking to see if there was some kind of built-in way to do the thing that I was trying to do. Is there like let me just have a quick skim through. Just any things here can save me time. The delta angle thing might be able to. Basically, I have a rotation that I want to be between -180 and +180, and whenever you do 360-degree rotations, I want it to not be clamped, but like subtract or add 360 until it's within those bounds. And I've done that manually before, but I'm like, surely there's a built-in way. I think I can do something with like modulus stuff to kind of do that, but I'm looking for just to see before I program this thing and have the repeat. Oh, loop that. There we go. Well, kind of. That's almost what I want. That's it. Never small. Okay, I might be able to make this work in that between 0 and whatever value. That's like I can have it be between 0 and 180. Float length. So like this and 360. That's close-ish, but it's more useful to me if yeah, between -180 and +180 would be ideal. So I can do this just with some math, right? I can go add, take this, add 180, and then subtract 180 after, right? I believe I might have that right, and then that might, yeah, cool. No if statements or for loops or while loops required. Possibly. November, hi, hello, welcome back. My compiler is now 1,500 lines of code. That sounds massive. Yikes. Can't you just subtract? Never mind, you did it. Yeah, well, I knew that. Yeah, as I was, I think you came in the middle of my rambling about that. I've done this kind of thing manually with like if statements and while loops and whatever. I wanted to see if there was a more built-in, easy way to do it for me. I was like, this is a common scenario. Like, surely there is, and there was in a way that worked good enough for me, I think. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta double check that actually works. Essentially I'm using collision triggers, and whenever the randomly generated falling fruit come in contact with the basket, which has collision triggers attached to it, increases the counter trigger by 1. That sounds like, I mean, like, things that you do in Unity. But like, so at that point, do you effectively just have the cube off screen in some infinite, going forward, doing nothing, will never die? And then the rest is just built off these collision triggers, and that then trigger other things to happen, I guess. Or is the cube like stuck going back and forth or something, and then if you have some fail condition, then you release the cube into some spikes, or release it into the end of the level based on if you do stuff? Is that kind of how that works? Can the cube actually get like stuck without dying in some fashion? Is that possible? To have it actually be like not moving? Or is it always going for, because Geometry Dash that I'm familiar with, cube always be moving, and there can be those like things that flip the level, but that's just like a visual thing. You're still going forward through a level. I don't know. I don't know. And whenever the counter trigger reaches 50, it spawns an end level trigger. Yeah. You can also just maybe spawn an end level trigger right on top of the cube. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. Manual sucks. Yeah, we can avoid it, then that'd be good. 6 a.m. I should probably sleep. Fair enough. You do you. It's 11:34 for me. I think I'll be going to about midnight, and then I'll be out of time. Yeah. I have the basket following the cube. Okay, that's cool. Interesting. Made a button that starts a new window with my IDE, within my IDE that has the decompiler and stuff, and that window starts up fast, and it starts up like an empty notepad. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That is, yeah, very neat. I have my Stream Deck that even, well, today we added some more buttons to it. That starts some stuff with my stream and goes to my different screens and stuff. But yeah, cool. Essentially, yeah, drop the cube into spikes if a fail condition is met, activate the end level trigger. Yeah, it makes sense. Very cool that is, that's able to work in all of that way. I'm using the platformer mode, so it allows the player to go backwards and forwards. Oh, so the level doesn't have to somehow be infinite. You can just, okay, that makes sense. That's very cool. Yeah, neato. It's always cool when things are responsive. Yeah, I do know, like, my, the number thing I have down there, if I press the button, it takes a couple seconds to actually do, which is fine. I can live with. For how easy it was to set that up, I'll take it having that. Getting it to not do that would require, like, manually making a whole system of that to just work. I'm good not doing that. I'm good at it being as is, just a random little off the stream yet. That I have not had to increment at all this stream. I should have had it be more of, like, number of, like, errors, but whatever. Anyway, that's fine. One of my favorite triggers is the gradient trigger. It's powerful enough to make 3D shapes using optical illusions. Oh no. Like you make a spinning cube with some rotate triggers and gradient triggers. Oh no. That's cool, but it sounds so complicated. I mean, I know that technically all like 3D is just 2D, but like it's all an optical illusion to some degree. But yeah, that's doing that manually. That sounds complicated and tricky, but also cool. So best of luck with that. Yeah. All right. Well, I was testing if this is actually working. What was I testing? Oh, that just the number on the side there always is staying between -180 and +180. Yeah. Okay. Which it is. Cool. So next thing is now using this number, the subtraction bit. This can't be as hard-coded as it is. I need to make this number become what it currently is in a way where it adds. Then I can have other code that then messes with it, but we'll get there. We'll do this one at a time. Okay, so this needs to... So eventually, this is gonna add based on us turning, and then I need other code that's gonna they're gonna fight with each other that has this slowly going towards 0. And this is, well, you know, as like a temporary thing that will hook into other stuff later. Player is moving or something. This will be conditional on if the player is moving. That right now we're gonna pretend that the player is always moving, even when they're standing still. But just to be able to conceptually show off like what I want to eventually happen. Yeah. For those, like, yeah, for Vanberg and Plum General, just to, like, it'll take a while to recap all the nitty-gritty of everything of what we're doing and why we're doing what we're doing, but as the brief, like, high-level thing that we're immediately doing, so I have a PS2 emulator running of Ratchet and Clank. Oh, controller turned off, 1 second. Using this as a partial reference of some of the camera code that I'm trying to write. Basically, this behavior that most 3D platformers do, I don't know most, but a lot of, you know, good ones do, is that if I'm moving left and right, the camera is turning. The camera is turning to basically face behind in the direction where I'm going. This game is not the best example of the behavior that I want to copy, though. But it'd be hard to, like, quickly get a better other example. I think Super Mario Sunshine does a bit, well, I have to find, like, I can do some searching for, like, other 3D platformers that do more specifically what I want. So, like, this game, when you're running at the camera doesn't turn. I think I want to try it, and if it doesn't work for my game, then I can, can I send a YouTube link? Yeah, go right ahead. For, 3D, shape a YouTube made? Yeah, go right ahead. I'd be interested in seeing that. Sounds very cool. Some games, when you move towards the camera, it'll kind of swivel around, which then, I mean, kind of leads to the behavior that, like, you're sort of running in a circle if you're holding backwards. I still kind of want that behavior, I think, on purpose. but we'll see if I do fully, like I want to try it, and then if I don't like it, then I can maybe take it out. But at the very least, just starting with the left and right, I want this thing where, you know, if I'm manually moving, like, you know, right now my game is doing, you know, this, where it's, you know, actually I think this game has a strafe mode, doesn't it? Hold on, not that. What is? Or is it only after you have a gun? It might be only after you have a gun that you can like actually kind of lock the camera in a direction and then move left and right. But I think I don't have any guns yet. It doesn't have that. And I'm not playing through this game enough to do that. I knew right at the very beginning, like, or 2 seconds into the game, that I could just move around. Anyways, this camera turning is like, I want a, you know, the number going up to, you know, what direction the player is, or the camera is relative to the back of the player. That's what we just kind of calculated. And then I want, while the player is moving, having that number slowly go to 0 to then be facing behind them. That's my current idea for how I'm trying to implement this. Sort of, yeah. There's a lot more intricacies than that, but that's the surface level stuff. And I see YouTube link. Don't give me viruses. Nah. Whoa. That's 3D, all right. That's cool. And then is this one of the, like, this is a cube, but with fancy graphics. I believe I recognize that. That's cool that is possible. I see, yeah, gradients of this being lighter and this being darker, but like it, yeah, pulled off good. I mean, yeah, this is, I can see this, you can like cheat this, like this is effectively just drawing a rectangle at this angle, drawing a rectangle at this angle, and just our brains are like, that's a 3D thing. And then, yeah, but then the extra bit on top of this, having this rotate, is, you know, more just figuring out how exactly to mess around with all these vertices to get all that to happen. It's crazy complicated, but it works. Yeah, newer cubes, yeah, funky, cool. Anyways, so what was I just doing? Is that so this is the code that's basically increasing the number that is the sort of angle between the back of the player and the camera. But then I want this code to then be, if we're moving, having it slowly go towards 0. Minus equals won't, it needs to, if it's negative, it needs to add. If it's positive, it needs to subtract. Is there a nice way that I can just, like, well, subtract equals... And then there's the additional question of, do I want it to be linear or based on like a speed? For now, I'm gonna have it be linear as just like the test of getting it to work in the first place, and we can adjust its speed and stuff later. Float, horizontal correction speed. I don't know. I guess that's what we're gonna call it. We'll see if 2 happens to be whatever I want to be. So minus equals that times, this should be like time dot delta time. It should be frame rate independent. Actually, some of this other stuff, not yet. No, for now it's fine. Actually, this will eventually want to be when I add on stuff probably. But yeah, I want to make sure that things are frame rate independent or whatever. Which when we add in like mouse controls again, which we already have some mouse stuff over here from the old camera pivot that I'm gonna be able to copy and paste in here to make that work. Okay, anyways, this minus equals blah, except that, yeah, okay, might be a way to do this cleaner, but I am just gonna go, if it's greater than 0, then else that, then if it's greater than 0, subtract, otherwise add. Do I guess it should technically, if it equals 0, it shouldn't, oh right, I don't want it to like, right, there should be probably some minimum, like to a point where it like stops. Shoot, if the angle itself, oh right, this, well, if like, mathf.absolute between, if the absolute value of this is greater than 0.1, to start, and this could be anded, but whatever, I just want to work in the first place first. Okay, something along those lines. So now this should, 2 might be a lot. or not enough. Is that... Oh, it is slowly going down, so it's just the number that's bad. So, like, 20? Wait. It's... Right, there's, turn off this number. Right, whoops, well... Whoops, fine. And then you. Kind of. Right, okay, so, yeah. Code that's currently fighting with each other that needs to cooperate better at one point. So, hypothetically... So this is gonna, is it gonna jitter? No, it kind of got there. Okay. I'll need to see more when it's like all together in motion of whether the speed should be linear or more of a lerping thing. Of like the greater the angle is, the faster it should move. That might help it like smoothing to being perfectly behind. But we're gonna not worry about that just yet. So... And then also, it's going to only turn when we're in motion. That's like, if we're not moving, it's not going to turn. Like, that's going to be a thing. And also to spawn the fruit, I'm using random triggers to choose between 1 to 7 spots to choose a type of fruit. Oh, cool. And yeah, randomness. I don't normally think of randomness being a thing in Geometry Dash. Normally, it's you learn the exact intricacies of how a level works. And then you do that. The fact that there can be randomness sounds nuts. Imagine if you have like, what if you had a level that's just a wall of spikes, but it has a 1 in a million chance that they don't spawn. So like, maybe you can beat the level, maybe you can't. I mean, some dude recreated FNAF 1 in Geometry Dash. Jesus, there are levels like that. Oh no. I mean, you have to like beat your own level to submit it, right? I believe that's a requirement. But, I mean, hey, if you get that 1,000,001 chance, or, like, if you have, you know, dev exits, dev whatever things, dev exits is usually what you call that in, like, Mario Maker or whatever. I don't know if there's an equivalent term in Geometry Dash, but, geez, like, yeah, that sounds insane, but I love the insanity. Alright, interesting. Oh, wait, whoops, I wanted this to be at, like, 10, blah. Okay, okay, so now the next thing I've got to figure out is how to have, so this thing hard sets the number. Right now it's hard setting it to 90. I need it to not do that. I need it to somehow convert this into adding so that this can subtract or add or subtract, like being a, you know, add on to what's already there rather than hard setting it in order to, but have it still have the same kind of functionality. But without like, yeah, how would I do that? So when the player turns, I'm calculating the angle between universal forward and then the player's forward, and based on vector theta up, so we get it being assigned angle. So I need to calculate that. And like I could look at what the angle is and subtract them and then add that, but that's doing the same thing, it's just hard setting it. That doesn't do me good. And I can't just, of course I can't add this every frame. Maybe, oh god, you know what it might be? I think, well, oh, will this work? What might need to happen actually is I look at this calculation, and I look at just this calculation last frame, and add that difference. That might do it. I'm not 100% sure, but it's something I'm going to try and see if it gets it close enough. So last player angle. This should be a float, though. Last player angle can be 0. And then something like... So Canada's onto angle. Well, first I gotta calculate last angle. So I guess I might need to have a float current player angle equals the calculation, and then And then usually, well, after, I can put it at the end of down here, last player angle equals current player angle, and then that's what you'd have it for next frame. Oh, that's if I, well, this if statement is temporary, so I'm fine having that be out there, I guess. I mean, technically this could just be immediately after it's used, but just in case I add other stuff down here, just so this is more accurate. Last player angle is blah, and then so current angle plus equals that minus last player angle. Maybe just for more, go player angle delta would be the correct word. So the difference between those, like this change in the last frame. Wait, oh shoot, will this need to be, now this will need to be, well, have a time.delta time calculation in it, right? Would it? So this would be like, oh, we were at like 80, let's say hypothetically we moved 10 in a 10 degrees in a frame. Then I need this to go up by 10 degrees exactly though. Or maybe this wouldn't. Let me just try it as is to start and then see if I need that stuff in there. Oh, I'm missing messages, my bad. Well, first let me just see. Hey, oh my God, is it actually working? Holy! So obviously, okay, it's not completely done. There are certain things where, like, as I said, like this part would only happen when the player is in motion. For now, it's easier to test if it's going all the time, but that is effectively what I want. That's fantastic. I worry that this isn't, I don't think this is gonna work on slopes, and that's gonna be a whole separate issue that I'm gonna have to solve somehow, but I will figure that out. Yeah, a lot of levels have secret ways the creators use just to upload. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, the geometry term for its secret way. There are also swag creates, essentially unintentional ways in levels let you skip parts of the level, even if it makes the level 10 times harder. Oh no, that's great, love that. Okay, so now in theory, I should be able to, I can make this a bit higher just as a test. So in a basic sense, I mean, as long as I'm moving, if I said that this code is going to happen as long as you're moving, when you stop it, it doesn't do. I can, to some degree, do that thing that I wanted of moving in a circle and having the camera turn because of that. So then I just need to make it conditional based on movement. What I'm now trying to decide now is when I want to figure out, like, the speed of it. Like, I'm unsure. The speed that this should... Okay, I think it should have a variable speed that's based on velocity, I think. If the player, nudges a little bit, it shouldn't move that much, even if they're nudging a bit this way. But if they're moving fast... like, that could be a multiplier, because then if anything on the floor, or if they're moving downhill and picking up speed, then that should make it turn in that direction faster, I think? And if they get launched in a direction, then the camera would kind of very quickly whip around. Perhaps. But then if we have moving platforms, that might throw a curveball and things, and it might need to be like, moving platforms might like override the rule or whatever, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Okay. So, let me... Actually, if it's based on velocity, then I might not even need the part that's like, if the player is moving, because if they're not moving, and then the velocity is low, then... Interesting, okay. So, if I need the player's rigid body, do I have that, like, publicly exposed easily? I have that, I guess. Player move, I guess I'll... Yeah, it was inevitable this was gonna need a reference. It has a reference to player transform, I guess... Okay, these might be on the same object, but they might not be eventually, so I just want to make sure that... Well, I mean, okay, if I'm getting a reference to the player move just to see the rigid body, I might as well just get a reference to the rigid body directly. Player RB, and then, assuming I've already dragged and dropped that reference, then add to... I should be able to get rid of this. So actually, well, so okay, hold on. So this should add always, I think. Now that... I think I'm comfortable getting rid of that if statement now. hopefully. And then this player is moving. The temporary thing is now going to be if player B dot velocity is greater than some minimum that we're just going to put like 0, 1 for now. Or, well, wait, what is your square magnitude? But then, well, that's the condition of whether it should happen in the first place, I guess. But on top of that, this should scale based on that. So times, I'd like the time calculation to be at the end, multiplied by the velocity normal magnitude. Well, yeah. I mean, okay, technically, I know it's like more efficient to be able to use squared, squared magnitude is a more better on performance thing ever so slightly. I'll see if I can get away with doing that. Maybe that'll happen to, I guess, wait, this should have some kind, wait, no, this shouldn't just be like this. This will need some kind of velocity multiplier thing. Let me just see how it is by default. See if I feel like I need one. Oh. Oh no. No reference. Oh, oops. It's fine. That I need to put in this, which again might eventually be the same thing, but it ain't right now. So, oh boy. Okay, yeah, no, this is that's not what we want. That's no good. Okay, let's not do that. And instead, yeah, this is gonna need like public float. Horizontal correction velocity multiplier equals 0.5 for now. And like, actually, we're so fast, probably 0.1 with the default value, I guess. I'm also good to get rid of this and this for now. And possibly forever. Times blah. Times blah. I mean, well, yeah. I guess this is actually going to be a multiplier on the whole thing. Wait, is that a problem? Do I care about that? Actually, then the speed is its own thing. I mean, I could put brackets around this, but like order of operations, that's the same thing. I'm just realizing that that's not like. I mean, okay, yeah, no, I guess they are just the same thing. I should just be changing the horizontal speed that I currently have as 10. Okay. Oh? I mean, kinda. I don't love this. This is not a thing that I want. Ooh, I don't like that jittering back and forth. That's not good either. Huh. It's like, Unsure. Let me, well, first, because I got rid of this variable, let me just, yeah. So now, like, this is, on flat ground, it's kind of working, but not fully how I want. If I put this, like, 0.1, might be easier to, like, on controller, I might be easier to, and yeah, if we're moving, like, yeah, kind of. Kind of, but not quite. I'm not sure how I want to. I mean, that is kind of what I want, ish. Oh, I've just realized that there's no smooth following on this. Oh, that's a thing that should be here. Is that like if the player moves, the camera should lag behind a little bit. I just realized I always have that on camera vids that I make. I just realized that that's not on this guy. And it probably should be, but we'll get to that. That's going to be another thing. It's just going to complicate stuff and be another number to adjust. But even without that, this should... I almost feel like... Why does it feel like... Oh, you know what? Oh, okay. I think I know what is part of what I'm thinking is an issue. Is that like the redirection speed up is snapping a lot because, as I said, it's based on the velocity. If I go slow, then yeah, then I get the more angled turn. Right, I said it was based on speed. Yeah, that makes sense. So it almost seems like it should be the case that relative to the camera, left-right speed should turn faster, and forward speed and back I'm not sure about, but forward speed at the very least should turn slower. So this multiplier that I want on the speed somehow needs to be like left-right speed relative to the camera. Oh boy. Well, wait, relative to the camera? If the camera is angled at a weird angle, to be relative to the ground and then left, right on that? Or probably relative to the camera. Yeah, we'll try relative to just the camera itself. Okay, that's funky. How can I get that to happen? So I need some kind of... So that will be an additional multiplier in here, I guess. I need some kind of... float that is some kind of float that is like player. See, now I mean, horizontal now means something differently. Player left, right, relative velocity. That is a super long name, but whatever, it's fine. And this would be, well, okay, it needs to eventually become just a multiplier as a float. But I need to like to figure out what that velocity is, and then would just get its magnitude. And would the towards the camera be, I don't know whether towards the camera, whether that should be the same or not. I'll come back to that. Just starting at left, right. Well, so I could take, oh God, how would I do that? Well, okay, well, wait a minute, but actually, would I just multiply this? If I wanted to just increase it based on, well, no, no. I was gonna say increase it based on the higher the angle is, the more we're turned away from facing forward. Well, no, that's, no, universal, well, no, or no, right, this isn't going off universal forward, yes, I multiply it by what, so the higher it is, the more it decreases, like, yeah, that could be a thing. Yeah, it is all I need? Or at least could be like a loose way to get it. Like, it's kind of what I want. What if, look, let me just see what happens if I multiply the thing, and then I need to then lower the speed even more for that. Might need to change it from speed to multiplier at this point. Okay, let's decrease that. Right, because it's going up to like 180 and stuff. Whoa, why is... Okay. Actually, I think I get it, because this number is going, you know, super high, so I guess that makes sense. Oh, I've just realized, is it's not absolute. Hold on. Tiny correction, math F, dot absolute. 'Twas a problem. And blam and blam. Also, we have hit midnight, so that means, unfortunately, we're gonna have to end things off here pretty soon. But I'm actually happy with the progress that we've made here. Like, we've been doing good, I think. We're still, like, we haven't, like, solved all of my camera problems. We're still gonna have more to figure out, but... Okay. You know what? Maybe that might be good enough for now. It does mean that, yeah, then towards the camera is very fast, which... Like, this... If the camera... Usually, like, a lot of times when you move towards the camera, and then it, like, you move in circles like this, the camera... You get to a point where the camera has, like, turned down extra to account for that. Which, that's a whole extra thing that I haven't even considered, is that if the player is moving forward a lot, like, it is, you know, further away from the camera, would I angle the camera slightly down? If they're towards the camera, do I angle it slightly... Well, actually, that's just a matter of, actually, the camera. An ordinary having the camera do a more delayed follow, so never mind, that's fine. Like, that might be a problem that fixes itself. Oh boy. Okay. I have a couple more minutes and quickly see if I can... The camera position itself... So I use this here for... Player position, player look position is that, and then camera position uses that. So if I have this thing that it's following, instead of being directly the player position, have it be a good old vector3 dot. I'm gonna try lerp for now. Then it could be a move towards, or there's like smooth, damp, or whatever. Lerp between, so then I have to actually care about what it was last frame, which should be fine. Wait, but then it means I'm going to be adding to it. No, that should be fine. If I'm, yeah, I won't add to it. So lerp between where it was last frame to player's position. Yeah, but, hold on, I just realized that, well, okay, well, camera look position, player position, and then some smoothing that, I'm just gonna hard type a number for right now and then come back to it. Time, this should be time delta time. Try, well, I don't know. No, okay, let me just, actually make a variable for it. I go public, float, camera, follow, smoothing. That I'm almost thinking that because this is camera player follow, I don't necessarily think I need all of those variables to start with camera, but oh well, that's fine. I can fix that later. Okay, put this here, and while I'll change this in a second as well. If I don't do it now, I might forget to later. This is also meant to long term. Instead of adding just to the Y directly, when the player's on slopes, I want it to add relative to their angle. So then we're upside down, it should go down. Whoa! Oh, it is adding. Well, wait a minute. No, it should. Right, because no, this is the high up position, this is the lower position, and then it's doing that. Okay, I think I am actually gonna need to store private float. Just vector3. Just to store the last position directly. Last player position. Yeah, and then do that. And then well, first frame, then go this equals. Actually, we'll go last player position equals transform position on start. Not transform, player position. And then actually, well, this is gonna have the exact same line down at the end of here. But I just want it to start not being 0 because that'll cause its own issues. Well, wait, but no, for the beginning of the frame, so that would mean that this would have to go after the player's moved if I want to be like this. Because the player hasn't moved this frame. Or, what, will this work? And the player's not moving from any of this. Hold on. Or, wait, is this gonna work or not? I'm not 100% sure. Let me just complete this. Oh, well, oh, that's being. Is that being jittery just because it's in late update and physics? Not 100% sure. Hold on. Normally I'd, have the thing lerp from where it is to where it needs to go, but this... Actually, no. Okay, no. I know what my issue is. I need to just have it lerp from the last camera look position. That's, yeah. That's the easy thing there. Have it, that. Okay. Last camera look position is then gonna, well, I guess in this case it will be 0. Or no, it's gonna have it start. We're gonna start by being player dot position and then doing these calculations. Dot y plus equals this. Just for now, it should work well enough. And then low ba da da da, and then camera position. Lerp from last. Or wait, no, sorry, no, I'm doing this. Oh no, I'm doing this not the way I should be doing. It should be living from where it is to where it wants to go, but better calculate where it wants to go. Yes, that's all. Okay, float, new camera look pause equals. Oh yeah, no, get this out of here. This isn't what I need. I'm doing this the wrong way. Is gonna equal player dot position, and then this equals, whoops, add on to it, whatever. Why is it, oh, vector 3. So take this, do the calculations that I've been doing, but then rather than going off of that specifically, I don't know, it should be, whatever. Anyways, this goes from what it is to what it wants to be, which is just this. Okay, I made that way more complicated than it needed to be. It's fine. Even they're not super happy with those variable names, but fine. All right. Now, well, about this. I thought it was going to be fine and just work. What's the problem here? I feel like I thought I've done this kind of thing a bunch. Why is this having issues? It just slowly go from where you currently are to where you want to be. With the smoothing amount. Like, I've done this kind of thing before a bunch of times. Like, but I'm doing it in a slightly different way. Or that should still have the same principle. Take the player position and add to it. That's the one. That's what we want. Instead of doing that directly. Is this used for other calculations down here that I'm missing? Oh, it is. No, but that's fine. Where it is to where it wants to be, and then use it, and then look at that. I'm also trying to rename this. This better like target camera position or something. I don't know what I'm doing so wrong exactly. I guess this should first frame be equals transform player dot position, I guess, but. Help it first frame, but that's not going to fully fix it, right? It's going to do the same thing? Yeah, that's what I thought. What if I just move forward? I don't know why the... Wait a minute. Like, that's... I'm seeing some slight jitter. I'll deal with that in a second. That's moving the way I want. Why would rotate... Turning shouldn't affect that, though. I didn't think it would. Why is turning messing it up? It's just getting the player's position and then adding to it. What? Is it because... Does it mess up these calculations more than I thought it did? Why? Okay, let me just test stuff. If I take those out, those turns out real quick, does it fix itself? No. Now it's back to being... Oh, wait. Well, yeah, no, why are you... Oh! Well, no, what? I see that camera horizontal angle is... Oh, no, it's changing a bunch because it's trying to calculate stuff, but it's not actually... Actually, if I'm saying still, it should be... Oh, because it's... Well, I commented out the code that uses it, but not the code that calculates it. Well, but even still, that means that code should be 0, and then it should stop, but... If that's not doing that... Huh. Okay. I thought I could set this up real quick. Apparently it's gonna be a bit funkier than I thought, so I might have to. I'm gonna have to save this for another time, I think. Just to have it be working again, it's gonna be just this equals player dot position, and then this dot y plus equals camera look height. Well, okay, one thing other thing that I should be easy, but we'll just wait until I'm proved wrong in a second. Wait, it's still flipping around? Wait, what do you mean? What? What? Oh, so this might not be the issue. What? Did I somehow undo? Oh, no. Uh-oh. I somehow undid some other code? Well, the only thing I can do is undo until I find it, and then hopefully redo without messing anything up. Hold on. Not you. Before the lerping. At this point, was it working? Or did I accidentally change some other thing that I'm unfamiliar with? It's working. Okay. Wait. So what changed? What else? If I changed that, like, I get that that would have broken that, but then I undid it. Let's wait. This is then making a new variable. This being in here? No. That's like I commented that code a second ago. So I double check that. I added stuff and then I took it away. Even this wouldn't matter because then on the first frame that would get undone. What the heck? I don't understand. Hold on. Just to put it back to before the lerp was here, and this was working. Like, just copy all this code just to compare, and then go forward in time. I just don't understand what I changed. I thought I made code and then undid it. If I spit this out in a notepad file and just quickly glancing, comparing between what's different between extra variables, sure. Forward 0, 0, 0. This I'm pretty sure wouldn't, because it immediately gets changed by that, so I don't think that's a problem. And then camera look position equals player position dot player dot position, and then dot y plus equals camera look height. And then is the rest not the exact same, or am I crazy? This forward, vertical, horizontal. Oh, what plus negative? That's not a thing, but I don't know when that space happened there, but it's still the same. Oh, there's the last player angle. What's the difference between this? It looks like it should supposedly be the exact same code, and yet one's working and one's not, and I don't understand why. And whatever's being different, I think, is the reason why. Obviously, that variable ain't doing anything. This variable ain't doing anything. Oh, wait. Oh, I got rid of the last player angle. Oh, wait. Was I using that? Oh, I was using it here, but I thought I wasn't. Oh, whoops. Haha. I deleted it because I thought I was deleting last camera position stuff. Okay. There we go. Right. So that means that this should work then. I think. And that just changed that. All right. All right. Maybe. Hey, kind of jittering because different frame rates of late update and fixed update, which I don't know the proper way that this is supposed to be dealt with, but actually, hold on, let me just double check. Is the player currently using? Yeah, no. I can change this to fixed update so that it's moving at the same exact time step, but I don't believe this is the way that you're supposed to do this to not have jitter. But I don't know what the correct way is. I've seen one way of on the rigid body, changing it to interpolate, but that kind of breaks when you have fast-moving rigid bodies, which its player eventually will be, so I don't want to do that. And other than those two options, I don't know what the best option is, so... Anyways, but yeah, so, we got camera following, so that's cool and all. Did, am I crazy that we're turning a lot slower than we were a minute ago? You know, the turn speed shouldn't be effective. I make this infinite. Huh. Put that back to 10. Oh, not, I changed the wrong thing. If I put this to infinity, was this affecting the turn speed? No, didn't think so. You combine with this, let's make was you on that, go a little bit faster. Oh. It's a little bit funky. Oh, you know why? No, wait. I'm not sure on this. So, like, this is working. Right now, I'm holding. Oh, right, my momentum code. That's gonna the longer that you're just moving, you start to move faster and faster, which is cool. But right now, I'm holding perfectly like sideways, and if I just hold A, I should get the same. I should be moving more like this, I think, with how I want this to be turning. I think. So that means that the camera is turning too fast. That's what that means, right? Which means like 0.5. Can I get to be more like this? Put 0.1 then. Oh, I guess. Well, this is perfect. Right. How do I? And if I put this super high just to mess with it, it's doing up so much. When I almost feel like, I guess if I was moving slower, the input would be redirecting faster because of the momentum and stuff. That's why the circle is being wider. If I put this really low, okay. I mean, like I was thinking if I could have holding right kind of move in a tighter circle. But I'd almost like if we were more facing upward, or more facing to the left, moving in a circle this tight. But I don't know how conceptually to get that to happen. If I look at, we're actually playing. Oh, look at all them pixels. Moving to the right. I feel like I'm moving. I feel like this feels like I'm moving parallel to the camera. The camera is turning, and I'm turning. Huh. I don't know how I'd want that to. Oh, interesting. I noticed that the moving around the ship is doing interesting things. I haven't at all considered, like, if there's stuff in the way, what to do. I feel like the camera gets stuck a bit and then actually leads to a tighter circle. So, yeah, so input here is very relative to the circle. Or the input is very much relative to the camera. Words I meant to say. But this player moves a lot slower, and I feel like that's part of the culprit. If I made temporary the player here move slower and turn off all the momentum stuff, then yeah, it feels like I'm sticking to being parallel to the camera more. Even if I make the camera turn faster. Oh yeah, let me get tight circle and I'm still sticking to the camera. So that's not an easily solvable issue. That might just be a consequence of that the player moves fast that I just gotta deal with. There's just something I'm not thinking of, but I'm not sure. Anyways, I messed with a lot of variables. I want to undo, let them undo, and then was this good enough at this value, possibly? Oh. This is also the question of, like, I potentially might have to, readdress how, I might have to readdress how the speed of the player and how fast momentum builds up and all that sort of stuff. Will probably get to be readdressed at some point, but we'll get there. It is on the list, but okay. Well, we still have this. Am I happy with this, or is this too much now? I feel like because the player moves so fast, I might be turning too fast still. Because, you know, if something's coming at me and I'm turning, I guess, like, because, yeah, wiggling like this should not be turning the camera that much, I think. So this look correction speed might actually need to be lower for the sake of... So I don't want the camera turning to be a huge, like, intrusion, a huge problem. Yeah. Wait, don't I have currently... I just realized that I've done a thing that I might want to change. Right now I have that... Where are you? Where is... what the... Wait, no, hold on. I thought I used the player input. I know I just used the player forward direction. I thought I was gonna scale this based on velocity. I do that here. Or like it was using velocity in one place, but just input in another place. That's for the way that the player is facing. No, that's what that's for. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is like a decent start, but it definitely needs just more fine tuning. Oh, and you look at all that. Oh, that's extra funky. Why? Why is that going on there? Yeah, then that's the extra additional piece that this needs. Is one, this does not work well in midair, and two, when we're going up slopes, I believe the system is very flawed, but I don't have a good solution for when you're going up on slopes. This thing needs to redirect in the proper ways. So it's making progress, but I think it's still far from fully working in all scenarios. But I think that is probably a good place to stop for today. We made a lot of cool progress, and yeah, that's great. Fantastic. And that I wasn't even planning to work on this game today, and yet here we are. And maybe now that I've opened this back up, potentially be working on, I might maybe have more streams more in the future, like more sooner than I initially thought I would, messing around more with this. The problem is I'm gonna hit a brick wall at some point of I don't know, like right now I have a lot of issues still with this that I'm not sure of the best ways to solve. One thing that currently isn't here that should be is zooming in based on the environment, and that I don't think that'll be that bad. I mean, there's a lot of little things here that I thought wouldn't be that bad and then were, so just wait until I'm wrong. But like I think that should just be when we have that camera distance that we just go in a straight line, just raycast along that. If we hit a wall, then shorten the camera's distance to that much, plus like a little bit more so the camera's not like perfectly in the wall, I guess. In theory, that sounds like that should work. But then if we, like, if the player goes right up against a wall, like, what is the maximum that the camera will zoom in? Like, that's a thing. And then whether... I believe sometimes actually, sometimes I might be able to steal from this camera zoom. I believe it does some stuff where, like, if there's a very thin object like this, it can... I think I do a couple raycasts, like some wide ones, to be like, oh, this is just a small thing, so don't zoom in, it's probably fine. Which, there might be some extra raycasts, maybe some extra raycasts, but that might be worth it for the efficiency, or for it looking cool, being polished and whatnot. But anyway, Yeah, so we're gonna continue to work on this, but yeah, I think now here is where we stop for today. So I'm also gonna do something that I haven't done in quite a while, and I think I'm gonna actually raid somebody. Who should I raid? I haven't been raiding people that much, especially when I've been doing like random game streams. Usually my go-to with raiding people is going into software and game development section, finding someone also doing Unity stuff, and then raid them. That being said, I see someone undergroundies that seems to be, I think, doing Unity stuff, or at least they have the Unity tag, so I'm gonna hope that they actually are doing Unity stuff. I see Visual Studio stuff, so it's probably a good bet. Yeah, all right, well, hopefully they're doing something cool. I am a bit over time, so I don't have the time to fully confirm. But, oh, I also remember how to even raid people in the first place. Just /raid and then name this person. That, I guess. All right, yeah, so, any other last words I have? So, this is cool and all. Tomorrow, we're gonna be back to playing a game. We're gonna be continuing Stray, and we've beaten the story of that, so we're gonna be doing Miscellaneous achievement hunting, which I gotta figure out where I'm gonna start with that, but we'll do that as part of the planning. Like, we looked at the remaining achievements when we had finished that game last stream that we had done that, but and that was like over a week ago, so I gotta remember, I remember we made a rough plan based on the achievements. I don't remember them off the top of my head. I remember a couple. I think there's some like collectibles we've essentially got to get, and some miscellaneous go in a chapter and do a thing. A few of those. So we'll start knocking at some of those, and then we'll get to the super hard ones where we got to like get through some sections of the game like without dying. There's like a stealth section where we need to not get caught. We have to speedrun the whole game. That's gonna be one of the last things I do, I think. And then there's basically go in one spot and wait for 1 hour in real time, and that's gonna be an achievement that we'll figure out. I think I'm gonna make that the Rubik's Cube solving stream, and we're gonna save that for last or second last. We'll see. Which hopefully that I got a better like layout for that setup to like probably make somehow 50-50 webcam and game. Maybe well, I'll have to see how annoying that is to set up. We'll see. I'll figure that out. Or I mean, I could just swap. Ow! I just hit my hand on my desk. Ow, I'm fine. I could swap me webcam and webcam over there being full and game here if there's basically nothing on screen for that hour. But we'll see. Anyways, though, I guess it's gonna wrap things up for today. So that'll do it for this live stream. No outro. Hold on. That'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. All right. I did notice in the time I was doing my outro, I dropped from 4 viewers to 2, so I'm gonna raid somebody a little bit smaller so that the views are actually more. This person looks like they're doing Unity stuff. Is that Unity? That looks kind of, well, actually, or, hold on, or no, I'll just go with my original, yeah, no, we'll go with this person. Okay, now it's easier, anyway. Alright, so, yep, alright, that's, it for this stream. I already did my outro, so now we're gonna raid, and do that, and let the time go on that. Waiting for that 3, 2, 1, ba-da. Alright, 2 people, that's fine. Better than nothing. I think one of them is me, but oh well. That's fine. Anyways, alright, see y'all tomorrow, and then figure out what I'm doing after that. Actually, one last thing I want to say is that, so today was this, tomorrow, Stray. Day after that, I think we're going to do the Rubik's Cube, making Rubik's Cube and Unity thing that I wanted to do. And maybe we'll interchange between working on that and then working on this. But I gotta do more Googling to figure out more of how I'm gonna do some bits of this, but we'll see. I'll figure that out. Anyways, all right, I will. Already done my outro like twice, so yeah, I'm gonna get going and see what's coming next in the coming days. Anyways, see ya. Oh, I didn't actually stop the stream. Hold on.